a hearing without the prior court approval. And number two, and I would want to make a motion here before I continue my opening statement, Madam Chair, this committee should likewise be furnished a copy of any opposition filed to form part of the records of these proceedings of the counsel.
Good morning. Morning. Good afternoon. Good evening po sa lahat. Ayan po. Ayan nga po itong hearing ng Committee on Women, Children and Family Relation, Gender and Equality ni Senador Ontiveros. At nandun na po si Quiboloy at kanyang kasamahan sa Senado. Ito, nagsasalita na po, tapos na magsalita si Chairman Ontiveros. Ang majority leader naman po nagsasalita at nagpapaalala sa rules at pagrespeto sa mga testigo, resource person at iba pa. At ipinapaliwanag na hindi korte ang Senado. Pakinggan natin ang sinasabi ni Senador Tolentino as majority leader.
Innocence or guilt ng mga akusado sa isang kaso. Subalit, nais po rin nating bigyan diin na napakaraming desisyon ng Korte Suprema, simula pa lang nung Arnold versus Nazareno, 1950, na binigyan diin ng Korte Suprema ang kapangyarihan ng Senado na magtimbita at magpatawag ng mga saksi, resource persons, para linawin ang paggawa ng batas. At kaya po tayo merong pagdinig ngayon. Subalit, nais ko pong hilingin sa lahat that during these proceedings, we show most respect and consideration to all persons here present, whether accuser or accused. Ang Senado po should remain as a bastion of dignity. Hindi po tayo narito para
opening pa lang
ng kung ano-anong dumi sa bawat isa, kung hindi para ipakita na ang paggawa ng batas ay ating
kailangan ba yan, Senador Tolentino? Alam naman ng mga senador kung anong trabaho nila.
Karapatan ng mga narito.
Parang pro Duterte, pro Quiboloy ang dating mo, Tolentino.
Meron silang
question and answer, importante dyan.
Dito po, ay hindi. Let me ask the committee and all my colleagues here, whether present physically or virtually, to assure all of those listening.
Inaayos lang natin.
All resource persons will be treated with respect and afforded fair treatment. And that this
ayan po thank you sa Senado dahil nag-live ang Senado at live din po ang ating Mike Abe Opinions channel.
Against you, it must be addressed in the proper judicial forum, not here. In summary, while we have the authority to compel testimony in aid of legislation, any allegations or charges will have to be resolved in the court of law. And I'm now referring to the Regional Trial Court of Pasig. Madam Chair, let us always be reminded that we have a constitution. We have a living constitution, and that the constitution should stand as our unwavering shield, protecting the rights of all, whether accused or accuser, in ensuring that justice is served without.
Thank you, Estrelita Herose. Sally, Timibles, thank you. Richard Ragasa, thank you rin. Josie Bulusan. Naku, haba naman ang introduction ito sa Tolentino. Pinapalaala pa yung mga rules at mga batas. Alam yan ng mga senador. Ayusin nyo ang pagtatanong, yan ang importante. Nandun po, hindi lang si Apollo Quiboloy nandyan. Nandun po si Jacqueline. Nandun po lahat ng akusadong nakulong after mahuli sila.
But just the same, this hearing,
kaibigan kasi ni, alam ko yan kaibigan ni Pastor Quiboloy, itong si Tolentino. Ginagamit lang yung pagiging majority leader sa mga reminders.
Challenges and scrutiny.
Isa lang na ninyo.
Again, Madam Chair, it is crucial that we uphold the integrity of our legislative process by respecting all resource persons present and upholding due process and fairness. Our commitment must be to engage in a meaningful dialogue while adhering to the principles of justice and respect for individual rights. Our role is to seek the truth.
Alam na ng taong bayan yung rules nyo. Gawin na ninyo ang trabaho. Mamaya na yung pasakalye.
Ngayon, and not to pass judgment.
Nagsisip-sip lang yata ito si Tolentino kay Quiboloy.
To have an opening statement.
Identify kasing makakibuloy ito ng araw pa eh.
Continuing manifestation as to the role of this committee in the coming minutes and in the coming hours as we proceed. I now yield the floor. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga sa inyo.
Yan, hindi naman kailangan sinabi mo.
Maraming salamat din po, Majority Leader. At dagdag dun sa areas of legislation na tinukoy ng Majority Leader, inuulit ko lang yung bahagi ng opening statement ko rin kanina.
Okay, dahil lang
tungkol sa ating mga batas kaugnay ng pag-misuse ng usapin ng religious freedom, yung mga rape laws natin, kung nasasaklaw na nito yung mga usapin ng consent, sexual agency, at religious freedom, at yung mga labor laws din natin, kung saklaw yung mga karapatan at kagalingan ng mga tinatawag na religious volunteers. So,
lapit natin ang camera para kitang-kita niyo
and at this
ang mukha
point,
ng mga senador, testigo at akusado.
Ating mga victim survivors, may request po sa ating good Foreign Affairs Secretary Manalo dahil kinakailangan nilang umalis ng mas maaga na makapagbigay ng ilang mga salita sa atin. Secretary Manalo, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Honorable Chairperson Senator Risa Tiveros, Honorable Senator Francis Tolentino, my colleagues in government, good morning. I just want to thank Senator Tiveros and this committee for giving the Department of Foreign Affairs the opportunity to contribute to our meeting today in aid of legislation. Nais ko lang briefing lang on 2 points with your permission. The first point is on the possible extradition issue. And as you know, the Philippines has an extradition treaty with the United States of America. I wish to report that as of this date, the Department of Foreign Affairs has not received a formal extradition request from the United States. Doon po sa isang issue din, I want to focus on the request for assistance by any Filipino nationals in the United States who may have been victims of human trafficking in relation to this case. As of this date, none of our foreign service posts in the United States have reported receiving any request for assistance. Madam Chair, the DFA is ready to assist in providing any information that we may receive from this date relevant to the to today's legislative inquiry. And I'm also being joined today by
Mix
Secretary
70, thank you.
Domingo, who can add any input needed for, this morning. Thank you.
Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Manalo. Yes, would you
Sato Margareta, thank you.
Anything to these two updates
From
on the formal request for extradition and the request for assistance?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Tolentino. Yes, as Secretary Manalo has mentioned, that we have not yet received a formal request, but we are standing by. We have also not received any request with regard to trafficking. With assistance with respect to the human trafficking. But all our foreign service posts.
Ito yung ating abangan dito. Sana maging neutral ang mga senador. Huwag sila maging kakampi ng kahit sino kasi hindi magandang dating yan. Payagan natin ang mga testigo, akusado, at saka lahat ng kailang side kung ano sasabihin nila.
Thank you also, Yusek Domingo. The Majority Leader would
one quick follow-up question address either to
Lola
Secretary
Ling
Manalo
ng Paris, France. Thank you.
Domingo. I have here in my
Paris ba apelido o yung lugar niya?
our
Sorry.
extradition treaty signed
Helen Sapadin, thank you.
which I believe should be read alongside Presidential Decree 1069. This has some legal complexities involved, and perhaps you might want to educate this committee, which would have primacy just in case an extradition request is sent to the DFA. What would happen to the pending cases lodged before the Regional Trial Court of Pasig.
Training Lozano, thank you very much. Good, ano bang oras ngayon sa Europe? Naku,
Thank you very much.
Nagigising lang pa yata nila. Madaling araw ngayon. O umaga sa Europe, may
First,
delays.
give a very general answer, and then of course on any specifics that might arise in the event that we receive a formal extradition request. Just to say, if we do receive a formal request, we will DFA will of course study it and see if it is consistent with the agreed procedure pertaining to extradition. And here is where
Aralin pa pala kasi wala pa namang formal request.
1069 would also come in.
Extradition
So
treaty.
we would have to study that, and then after, if we are satisfied with the request, we will of course refer it to the Department of Justice for relevant action. So in other words, we will still have to
Apple
study
Ramos,
any
salamat. Good
extradition
morning.
request, if received.
Redis kay Redis 25, salamat din.
It's a quite a detailed approach, pero yun ang general approach if we do receive such a request. Thank you.
One quick follow-up, just to remind the officials of Department of Foreign Affairs as well as councils present here. Anything that would transpire and would come out of these proceedings under oath would be recorded. And pursuant to existing extradition rules, any request to have any transcript coming out of these proceedings would have to be forced to the DFA. Kayo po ang magpapadala nito mula sa committee ito papunta kung saan man. So you should be aware of that, and the lawyers here present should be aware of that, because this would trigger some concerns involving
Nestor Maranan, salamat po. Mga Goy Bislig,
So
thank
just be
you.
aware of that, and I suggest, Madam Chair, that the DFA should stay here till the conclusion of the investigation proceedings. To be.
Tama na yan, Tolentino. Ang dami mong mga sinasabi pa eh.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Question
you,
and answer
Attorney
na,
Chair.
presentation na.
Assured naman po tayo na bagamat may kailangang mauna ng umalis si Secretary Manalo, that Yusek Domingo will stay on with us. So the
Yosef,
department will
kung
be,
wala yung alis yung secretary, di undersecretary may iwan.
po, Secretary Manalo, Undersecretary Domingo at Majority Leader. So, ngayon po, ang una po nating witness ngayong umaga ay si Teresita Valdehuesa. Ang di umanong miyembro ng unang batch ng pastoral ni Apollo Quiboloy. Bago po siya magsimula, I would like everyone to listen to this video, to watch this video. Si Ms. Teresita, Ms. Ging, ang pinapatungkulan dito, but it will also give a sense of the threats that victim survivors face from within the kingdom. Open source po itong video na ito. In fact, galing sa public channel ni Pastor dati. So, i-play na po natin ngayon para mapanood nating lahat.
Ayan o. Sino ito speaker?
She contacted someone named Teresita Valdehuesa, who was a former worker here in the kingdom, who committed lapses of fornication with many ministers and men.
Yung pala yun.
That is why she was supposed to be disciplined. But she went out. This Alina Ostapchenko is saying things against me, and we were able to do record every bit of what she said. Listen to her voice. Everything that you have said to Teresita Valdehuesa, who's a former worker here, who also backslid because of some lapses in immorality, will give you a sample of her voice that was recorded. Go.
I'm fine, dear. I remember you, Bayo. And I'm so glad that I'm already out of the kingdom. And it's a miracle that how I exit from there. Because the time kasi I was so fanatic before. But when time passed, I realized many things I can also share with you if you like. He asked me if I'm ready to dedicate my life. I said yes, because I don't know. For me, I was thinking dedicate to God, so I never think about other stuff. And suddenly, he was on me already, and he was trying to pull my pants already off. And then things started to happen, and I understand that. Oh my goodness, it's like I have to switch off my mind. I will not question. I will not ask if it's Father's will in my mind. That time, I will just not try not to feel anything like that. And because I was shocked by what's happening in the room.
You have to prove that in court because this is an international ministry and I have an international reputation. You will be sued by the kingdom in all places that you call. We will not let this pass. Veritable Diversa will be part of this. So better get your lawyers and defend yourself. We have lawyers all over the world. Wherever there is a kingdom, we have a general counsel in the name of Attorney Michael Green. In America, we have 18 lawyers who are observing all the
nananakot pa si
happenings
Quiboloy.
in the kingdom. We have financial consultants. We have lawyers who will defend the kingdom wherever it is being attacked.
Ayan.
For the record po, yung pastoral na binanggit dito, si Ms. Alina, she gave her consent also to the playing of this video in this hearing. So, Ms. Teresita, meron po kayong testimonyang hinanda. Pwede nyo na pong basahin. You have the floor.
Ayan, ito na pala yun. Siya pala yun. Ayan, oh.
Good morning po, Madam Chair, Honorable Senator Risa Hontiveros, and to Honorable Senator Francisco Tolentino, and to the members of this august body.
Wala yung ibang mga senador.
I come here today to share the truth that has been silenced for 3 decades
Tatlong
because
dekada.
of great
Wow.
fear. And this is also on behalf of the many victims who have suffered in silence just like I have. I believe my testimony reflects their pain, struggles, and resilience. While I understand that this is aimed to aid in legislation, I am also grateful to be given this opportunity to inform those who still believe that Apollo Quiboloy has been innocent of the crimes he is accused of because he has never been. At the age of 17, I became a member of the church led by this man, Apollo Quiboloy, in 1980. I was a freshman student. I was eager and active in the community, even spending a significant portion of my college years living at the parsonage where he resided. In 1988, I made the difficult decision of my life to dedicate this to his ministry, driven by the belief that true fulfillment and salvation lay in serving God fully. This choice meant leaving behind my family, my career, and the person I once was. Despite the resistance of family and friends, I pursued my conviction. I joined a pioneering group that struggled to meet basic needs, but my desire to serve God fueled my persistence. Over time, I gained his trust and became a respected worker in the ministry. As the ministry grew, so did our blessings. We experienced answered prayers and expanding membership, which deepened our commitment to serving God. Apollo C. Quiboloy, whom I revered, was considered as God anointed, and his words held absolute authority. I respected him deeply, viewing him as truly the man of God. From the moment I dedicated my life to the ministry until 1993, I experienced a profound spiritual awakenings. I felt forgiven. My love for God deepened. And I was proud to serve alongside a man I believed to be holy. But one day while in Manila, I received a long-distance call from him. He informed me that he had received a divine revelation intended for me and instructed me to travel to Cebu, where he would share this important message. He was also scheduled to preach in Cebu that Sunday. Upon arriving in Cebu City, we arranged for him to stay at the Park Place Hotel in 20 Osmeña. That evening, he instructed me to remain in the hotel while Nilda Linda, the assigned worker, returned to the worker's house. When we were alone, I asked if I could sleep on the sofa as it was a suite room. Instead, he insisted that I would sleep beside him
Wow.
and even said in Bisaya, compatible good taging kay parehas man og color ang atong suot. Translated, we are compatible because our outfits are of the same colors. I was wearing red pajamas with white dots while he was dressed in a red t-shirt and white pants coincidentally. His words made me feel uneasy and quite nervous, and I saw a different personality in him. But I was quick to dismiss that unusual feeling. And because I had previously witnessed Ingrid Canada or ICC, Teresita Dandan, TTD, and Velina Salinas slept in his room alternately, it led me to believe that it was just normal and harmless. Moreover, we had been conditioned to suppress any negative thoughts about him. We were warned that any suspicion on him would reflect our own personality, using the words found in 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 15, I quote, "To the pure, all things are pure. But to those who are corrupted and do not believe, nothing is pure. In fact, both their minds and consciences are corrupted," unquote. And in those days, absolute obedience was a must. We needed to have an unquestioned loyalty and reverence toward him. Sleeping beside a man I believed to be chosen by God was for me then a great privilege, an opportunity for a sinner like me. But what followed shattered my sense of faith and trust. Without a word, after turning off the light, he embraced me, undressed me, and violated me with his lustful act, and left me in shock and speechless. He then said, "This is the fulfillment of God's revelation."
Wow.
He explained that God had revealed to him that I was to partake in God's life through him by surrendering my body, soul, and spirit. He also mentioned that other girls would go through him in a similar manner. His words were strange, but I was too shocked to respond. The following day after the Sunday worship service, Apollo C. Quiboloy left for Manila, while I was left to carry on with my duties, including organizing carolers for our annual fundraising. Confusion consumed me. I felt betrayed by my faith, by him, even perhaps by myself. I began questioning whether what had happened was indeed God's will or simply a gross abuse of power. When I returned to Manila, I was once again instructed to sleep in his room. Fear gripped me, but defying the anointing of God was unthinkable.
Grabe. ah.
We had been told that such disobedience would invite a curse. The next morning, he asked if I understood God's revelation. I remained silent, unable to process what had happened. He then referenced me to Philippians chapter 2, verses 6 to 12, explaining that just as Jesus humbled himself and obeyed God, even to the point of death, so he too must obey God's will by partaking in carnal things. He claimed this was necessary for him to understand the human experience and to fully empathize with others. He even told me that he had also been reluctant to accept God's revelation, but as God's chosen one, he had no choice but to act on it. I was more confused with his explanation, but I could not complain. I wanted to go out from the ministry, but I lacked courage. I did not know where to ask help. I had cut all the bridges behind my life, and I could hardly go back because it would mean starting all over again. My family was poor, and I had no connections. My option was to stay because I was still bothered with what if it was indeed God's will? December of the same year was an escape for me. Caroling as one of our sources of funds, and which had been participated in by every member of the ministry all over the country, became my excuse of staying away from the worker's house in Manila where he stayed. In January 1994, I was in his room with Ingrid Canada, the international coordinator of the church, President Dan, the national administrator for the church in the Philippines, and Felina Salinas, his personal assistant. During that
Miss Teresita, before you continue po, yung nabanggit nyo ng 2 beses, Ingrid Canada, nandito po ba siya sa harapan ninyo?
yes, katabi po siya ng ni Mr. Quiboloy.
Sila po, yung nagtaas ng kamay. Alright, salamat po. Please proceed, Miss Teresita. Salamat.
Ayun.
During that meeting, he informed the girls that I would be included in the inner circle. Right there and then, I realized that these women had likely endured similar experiences. Without any words, we shared a mutual understanding. None of us dared speak about what had happened to us. In February 1994, I was sent to Hong Kong, still carrying all the confusions and emotional turmoil. Despite this, I continued to pretend that everything was fine. When one of our musicians, JC Pangilinan, was scheduled to return to the Philippines, I seized the opportunity to send a personal letter to ACQ. In that letter, I poured out my feelings, openly expressing my emotional distress. I was honest about how deeply shocked I was to learn of his life beyond the pulpit. The man I had revered as a holy figure was in reality an ordinary mortal, one who had exploited my genuine commitment and dedication to God. My faith wavered, and everything I had once believed was shattered. I prepared myself for a harsh response, expecting a violent reaction from him. To my surprise, there was none. Instead, I was sent back here. Upon my return, I was even more surprised to learn that I had been promoted. I was appointed National Crusade Coordinator, National Logistics Coordinator, and Luzon Area Administrator all at once. This was a sudden and significant promotion from every previous role. By God's grace, I excelled in all my assigned tasks. Despite this, fear gripped me every time Apollo Quiboloy would come to Manila. My only relief was when one of the girls would accompany him, giving me an excuse not to sleep with him. I kept myself busy, visiting satellite churches to distract my confusion and agony. One day, ICC confronted me saying, ACQ sensed my distance. I made my work an excuse. February 15, 1998, ACQ used me again. It was always out of fear that I obeyed, a fear mixed with anxiety that he might knew how I pretended to be extremely grateful, that he allowed me to be a part of his physical life, because in all honesty and God truly knew I was not. All the pent-up emotions suffocated me, that on the following day, while preparing for church, I collapsed. ACQ performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but later I learned, he told others, that it was just a way for me to seduce him, labeling me as Jezebel the Temptress. I believe Apollo Quiboloy understood that I never wanted the life he was trying to impose on me. My decision to dedicate my life to God's service was driven by a sincere desire for spiritual purification from the sins I had committed before becoming a full-time worker. I had only one goal, to live a holy life and ultimately to attain heaven. As the Bible says in Colossians chapter 3, verse 5, I quote, put to death, therefore, whatever belongs to your earthly nature, sexual immorality, impurity, lust. But how could I achieve this with the circumstances that I was in? Disobedience and complaints were never an option. Anyone who did so was labeled as carnal, as someone who did not overcome the flesh. Everything was always twisted. One day I said, Sir has noticed that you've been distant. I made up excuses trying to avoid the truth. I had been telling President Dan that I was extremely exhausted. She presumed that I was just too focused of my responsibilities, especially in the logistics department. I was always pressured to meet my 15 million quota. every December on caroling season. If ever they sense that there was really something wrong with my belief, I was instructed to prepare my documents for my USA visa, and I believe realization came later when I already left from this group that it was also to distance me from the workers and members here that I might be able to tell his dark secret. I never wanted to go to America because inside of me were unresolved spiritual issues, confused mind that bothered me always. But my visa was approved. I didn't know that I was to lead and plan for the fundraising to be done in America, and we would employ the same strategy of our money making here in the country. In America, I witnessed the double standard life. What we prohibited in the Philippines, we did in there. We lived in luxury. We toured around. We dined in fine and expensive restaurants. We watched movies. Sky's the limit when they went shopping. I decided to stay in the apartment where the minister and his family lived. Despite the insistence of ICC to stay with them, I refused. I made a lot of excuses. Sapagkat, hindi ko po natin na kaming nasa Amerika ay masyadong nagpakasasa sa paggasta sa pera na masyadong pinaghirapan ng mga kapatiran at ng mga full-time workers. Bilang namuno po sa Crusades, Evangelism at Logistics Departments, saksi po ako kung paano nagsakripisyo ang bawat isa para lang makapagbigay sa iba't ibang pangangailangan sa simbahan. Nakita ko na kahit pamili ng bigas ng membro, kailangan sakripisyo pa para lang may bigay sa simbahan kahit gugutumin pa ang mga pamilya. Nasaksihan ko po na kahit last centavo para pamasahe, kailangan ibigay pa rin. Bahala nang maglakad papuntang simbahan ang mga mahihirap na membro. Hindi kinaya ng aking konsensyang double standard life. Maraming workers ang napalo dahil sa panunood na ng sine, pero kami sa Amerika, halos linggo-linggo nanood ng sine, bawal sa amin ito dati. Naghirap ang maraming workers at members sa pagkaruling at pagsulisit sa bawat tao sa lahat ng dako dito sa ating bansa. May namatay, may na-aksidente, may nakulong, may mga na-rape pa na hindi na na-report.
Wow.
Dahil baka hindi paniwalaan at baka makapag-fasting pa dahil may kasalanan na itinago, kaya napahintulutan nangyari.
Ito ayo.
Lahat may kota.
Ayan.
Napakasakit po sa damdamin ko dahil ako po ang namuno sa mga fundraisings. After December season,
Grabe ito.
ang mga members kailangang magtinda ng mga kakanin para may bigay sa mga pledges for alay kay Kristo, building funds, love offerings, television pledges, tithes and others. And when they could not provide for their own foods, they would just resort to fasting. Meron din pa akong kota,
Kota.
10 to 15 million pesos to raise in the month of December alone.
Wow.
I organized the carolers
15 million?
nationwide to meet my quota. We recruited and trafficked our young people from Mindanao and Visayas to carol in the provinces of Luzon and in the national capital region cities. Marami pong estudyante na Nobyembre pa lang kailangan nang mag-absent sa paralan at ang iba hindi na nakabalik sa pag-aaral dahil inuna ang simbahan, inuna ang pagkaroling, inuna ang paghanap ng pera. But nobody questioned where
Grabe, no?
income was spent. Sa mga buwan ng Pebrero hanggang Oktubre, ang ibang workers na nasa logistics department kailangan mag-solicit na naman throughout the country using the permits of the different associations. Pag-asa ng buhay, Children's Way Foundation, tulong sa may kapansanan, handog ng pagmamahal, pagdamay sa dukha, Shivers for Price. The supposed income na dapat ibigay sa mga beneficiaries sa mga nasabing associations, hindi naman talaga truthfully and honestly na ibigay. Only a little portion of the income was shared to the beneficiaries. Ang ibang workers naman, walang hinto sa pagtinda rin ng mga kakanin na may quota of 500 to 1,000 pesos a day, Monday to Saturday. Ito ang buhay ng mga workers na nasa logistics department. In America, they began to notice my indifference. ICC called my attention stating there were reports from my assistant in the logistics department in Manila that I had secretly sent money to my family. Then she informed me that ministers wrote letters to ACQ and reported that I tempted and fornicated with them during my visits to their satellite churches. I was so shocked to learn the sudden accusations. I also wrote a letter and enumerated the real circumstances of my life with all the ministers I came in contact with in relation to our aggressive fundraising, being the National Logistics Coordinator. However, that was not enough. I was then forced to write a long letter of confession, making it appear that I was a sinner who committed all kinds of sins, including those I had committed before joining the ministry. I complied, believing that through this written confession, I would be totally forgiven from my old sins and burdens and be completely sanctified. In detail, I wrote everything I thought was considered sin I had committed from childhood until the present. I also implicated ACQ in my sins. It had the same tenor of the letter I wrote in Hong Kong in 1994. And this time, he was furious. Then ICC instructed me to revise my letter. I was told not to implicate ACQ and to state that I was the sole sinner and I was filthy. Upon realizing how angry ACQ was, I revised my letter out of fear and stated that I had sinned because I truly was filthy. In detail, I imagined sins.
Ms. Teresita, yung paulit-ulit yung binabanggit na ICC, sino po yun?
Ingrid Chavez Canada.
Sila pa rin po. All right. Please proceed.
In detail, I imagined sins and I
Ingrid
made it appear that I had
Chavez Canada.
committed them all.
Ano pala yun? ICC.
That was how stupid I was to obey and exaggerate my story. Just to appease the anger of our leader, Apollo C. Quiboloy, not knowing it would become my death sentence later. My exaggerated story was then distributed to all his leaders
Kapang itong
and
babae. Oh.
ministers.
Tinitingnan pa
And
niya si
they
Quiboloy.
believed I was filthy, I was pervert, and I was wicked, painting me as the sole guilty party, while ACQ remained innocent. Little did I know this confession would lead to my condemnation within the ministry.
And Ms. Teresita, pag sinasabi nyo ACQ, sino po yun?
Apollo Carion Quiboloy po.
ECQ, ACC. Wow. Chavez.
1998. I
Ingrid
was sent
Canada.
back here to receive a punishment for prayer and fasting in the guise of spiritual discipline. And the fasting they planned for me was beyond my
Ayan, oh.
imagination.
Tumanda si Quiboloy. Oh.
It took me 7 months to suffer
Nangangalumata.
hunger and isolation in the mountain of Tamayo in Calinan, Davao City. They placed me in a small, dark, elevated room beside the kitchen, separated only by a mat and walls. My bed was rough, made of uneven slabs, with exposed nails pressing into my back as I slept. I woke up this morning in pain, with no beddings, and the cold October nights left me shivering. I requested a blanket and a mat, but I was denied. Every day from 8 to 5 p.m., I followed a strict routine, regardless of the weather, enduring hunger and isolation.
Grabe. Pinaghirapan nila.
No one allowed near me, as I was labeled filthy and deserving of this punishment. Members were forbidden
Naiyak
to
na.
speak to me. I was physically very weak and so depressed. I prayed that God would just take my life. Ilang beses po ako nanalangin na sana kunin na ako ng Panginoon. I started to question God and wondered if this was truly a divine process or simply human punishment. I asked myself, is this ACQ's way of retaliating because I rejected the life imposed on me? It felt like vengeance disguised as spiritual discipline. My only solace came from reading the Word of God, from Genesis to Revelation, over and over again. Every day was a struggle of faith. I struggled to believe that the process was still the perfect will of God for me.
Ayan.
I struggled to believe that I really was a sinner and that I was recuperating from my spiritual disease for the lack of faith. That was to justify my present pains and to at least lighten my burden of loneliness. On January 8, 1999, I gave ACQ a resignation letter and I requested for a fare so that I can travel back to my home in my province. He did not approve my resignation letter. I pleaded to Ingrid, and like a child, I cried for help. But she remained untouched, telling me that it was a divine process. After that conversation, misery doubled. I had no money, and I was still physically weak. So there was no way for me to go out on the compound of the prayer mountain. Waiting for the restoration is the only alternative at the moment. If not for the comforting words of God, surely I would be totally gone out of my mind. They continually accused me of sins they alone knew, unimagined, that would always lead me into fasting. It eventually hardened my heart because I started to realize that the purpose of doing it was to totally break me down, to even slowly kill me.
Naiyak na si Ali, ano?
I no longer saw the reason to stay. I submitted my resignation as a full-time volunteer worker for the second time. But Apollo Quiboloy refused it again. A week later, on September 30, 1999, I decided to leave without asking for permission, determined to free myself from his control. It was only when I left out of the group that I finally clearly understood that the man I had believed to be God's chosen and holy was an impostor, oppressor, and deceiver. He manipulated me using his authority and power as God's anointed. I thank God that it took me out from his bondage, from that ambiguous feeling of fear mingled with so much love and loyalty to my Redeemer, Jesus Christ. But he was not finished with me and did not stop terrorizing me. Alex Camia, his personal bodyguard, a full-time worker, once known to be a champion in gun shooting before he joined the group of ACQ, together with his team, kept coming to my place to harass me, serving a fake warrant of arrest to a minister who stayed in my house. This minister settled in my place after he was gunned down in Davao City but survived. The team of Alice Camia was apprehended, and when investigated, they had several firearms in the car, several plate numbers, and there was also a red plate. The registered owner of the car was Apollo C. Quiboloy.
Bagong testigo po ito, na yung
Because of
naririnig.
their failure to settle
Ngayon lang
up
lumabas
witness,
itong testigo ito
they
against
blamed me
Quiboloy.
for hiding the minister and filed cases against me of obstructing justice and great misconduct and an act unbecoming a public official. After that incident, I heard that Alex Camia was the suspect of the murder of an ex-worker who was shot down inside his home, and this ex-worker did not survive. I was scared to death when I heard this news. My option was to remain silent because killing could have actually happened when Camia and his group came to my place. There was also an ex-worker, Elsa Bolivar, who was a senior citizen, a woman shot dead while she was in her garden in Tagum City. I was so hysterical when pictures of her bullet-ridden body were sent to me because she had just visited me in my place before it happened. Fear consumed me, and I remained silent. 3 years ago, nagkausap po kami ni Alex Camia. Humingi po siya ng kapatawaran at nagsabi na siya ay nautusan lang po na kailangan din akong iligpit.
Ganon?
Pinaniwala po siya na ako ay may malaking kasalanan at ako ay napakasamang babae. Nang tinanong ko kung ano ang aking kasalanan, sinabihan daw siya na tinukso ko raw si Apollo, kayon Quiboloy. Nakiapit daw ako sa mga ministro.
Ganon?
Narinig naman po ninyo yung sa video. Nakipagtalik daw ako mismo doon sa workers' house at nagnakaw daw ako ng 3 million pesos. He even said in Bisaya, di ba nagtugot man ang Ginoong pagpatay sa dautan? Doesn't God permit the killing of the wicked? Doon ko lang naintindihan na kailangang i-declare ni Apollo Quiboloy sa lahat ng mga workers at members na ako'y makasalanan at napakasamang babae para nagiging makatwiran ang lahat ng parusa na binigay sa akin at nagiging makatwiran din kung bakit ako kailangang patayin. Apollo Quiboloy called me Jezebel, the temptress, using his pulpit to broadcast how filthy and evil I was. This became a pattern. Kung may mga workers na may alam sa kaniyang buhay, sa sikretong buhay, at aalis sa kanyang kingdom, sila ay akusahan na napakaraming kasalanan. He would always exaggerate their weaknesses at ipaniwala sa mga workers at members na sila ay umalis dahil may mga marumi, mga napakasamang mga tao. His followers only heard his side of the story, which was always filled with lies and twisted truths. The other side, our side, was never heard and was never allowed to be heard. They only believed whatever he fed them, and even defended him and attacked those who defied their leader without investigating the truthfulness of the circumstances. Nakita naman po siguro natin kung paano siniraan ng mga workers at defenders ni Apollo Quiboloy ang mga testigo dito. Mga napakasamang descriptions para lang ipahiya ang mga nagsalita ng kanilang mga karanasan sa loob ng kanilang kingdom. Mga salitang hindi nababagay sa mga tinatawag na mga citizen ng kingdom of Jesus Christ. Their intention is only to demoralize and warn others of the consequences of defiance. Last August 2021, during one of his television programs, he once again maligned me, broadcasting nationally and internationally that I was a fornicator and an immoral woman, which we have just watched. Madam Chair, I would like to remind Mr. Quiboloy to remember the biblical stories about the lives of King Nebuchadnezzar, King Sennacherib, and King Herod. All of them fell into the hands of the Lord. Nebuchadnezzar, you know that, was separated from his people
Ay talaga.
and lived like a beast
Face to
and
face.
ate grass for 7 years. King Sennacherib died a tragic death, murdered by his own sons. King Herod was struck by the angel of God, died, and his body was eaten by worms. Their sin was that they replaced God with themselves, considering themselves as gods and blaspheming the one true God. This is all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Ayan po.
Salamat po.
Una palang testigo yan.
Teresita,
Antindi
sa
ng pinagdaanan.
testimonya mo.
Antindi ng paninira.
Kailangan mong
Ante-
iyakan para basahin sa amin.
Nayak.
Bago yung isa munang follow-up question ko sa inyo, gusto kong
Nawawala yung mga
acknowledge
senador, hindi
yung
dumating.
presensya online ni
Yung
Senator
mga identify pro
Cynthia
Quiboloy, wala
Villar.
yung mga senador.
Salamat, Senator Cynthia, sa pagdalo nyo. At ang minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Ayan,
Salamat
so,
kaayos sa
tatlo, apat na sila.
pagdalo. kung walang opening statement si Senator Coco at si Senator Cynthia, bago yung interjection ni Majority Leader sa Department of Justice, isang mabilis na follow-up question sa ngayon, Ms. Teresita o Ms. Ging, Ate Ging, just for the record, guilty ba kayo dun sa mga krimen na inakusa sa inyo? Yung pagnakaw ng 3 million pesos, yung pag-fornicate sa iba pang mga ministro, guilty pa kayo sa mga iyon?
Of course not.
Alright, salamat kayo. Majority Leader, for
Oo na naman si,
interjection.
ano,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
sisingit na naman si
Nothing to do with the
Tolentino.
previous testimony. Magpapaalam po kasi ako kasi magsasalita po ako sa Liga ng mga Barangay.
Umalis ka na.
The minority leader is already here to fill up some
Kandidato kasi ito,
legal
kaya may
questions
epal eh.
likewise. But Madam Chair, before I leave, gusto ko lang tanungin ang hindi ko kasi nakita kanina dito pala ang Department of Justice
Oo, ano naman yan?
relative to my previous questions answered by the DFA. This is speculative, academic, and purely legal. If wherever, if an extradition
Wala pa nga daw request. Sinabi na ni Manalo kanina.
the DFA, there is under the PD which I cited before,
Wala pa nga request ng Amerika, Tolentino. Ano ba naman?
necessitate the Department of Justice to file a petition. But that is another court. And that is another court which would constitute
Mahabang proseso
as
ang
the
extradition treaty,
court here in
Tolentino.
the Philippines. And if there is going to be an extradition hearing, the purpose is not to determine the guilt or innocence of the accused, but whether they would fall under the ambit of our extradition treaty. Is that correct? Who will answer? Attorney Torridillas or Attorney Quintana?
Pakinggan muna natin yung mga testigo at saka yung pagsagot ni Quiboloy.
Senior State Counsel.
Mamaya na yung tungkol sa legal issue ng extradition. Wala pa nga eh.
Chair, good morning, sir.
Tolentino, maraming nililigaw-ligaw yung mga nakikinig. Magagalit sa'yo. Bahala ka. Kandidato ka pa naman. Hindi ka iboto sa eleksyon.
As to what will happen on
Hindi kailangan yung mga tanong ni Tolentino sa panahong ito.
Department of Foreign Affairs later on receive a request for the extradition of Mr. Quiboloy, and the present criminal cases are filed against him. The Philippines, as a requested state under the Philippines-US extradition treaty, has the option to postpone the filing of the extradition case. In which case,
Ano?
Postpone.
only the filing, Your Honor.
But is the extradition court would be constituted here in the Philippines.
Wala pa
Yes,
nga
Your
eh.
Honor.
Saka pa lang yung pag nandyan na yung request. Wala pang request ang US eh.
Hearings being
Yes,
conducted.
it would be a separate proceeding, and as I
Pero
mentioned,
nililigaw-ligaw ni Tolentino. Inaano yung oras eh. Wala, ang linaw-linaw ng sinabi mga kaibigan ni Secretary Manalo ng DFA, wala pang formal request ang US government sa extradition treaty. Eh, bakit pinag-uusapan yung extradition treaty? Saka na yan.
Court is not
Pakinggan natin yung mga testigo at yung mga akusado kung ano ang kanilang paliwanag.
But my second question.
Umalis ka na, Tolentino. Total, may pupuntahan ka pala eh.
The extradition shall not be granted under Article 4 when the person
Legal yan. May debate sa korte yan. Legal process yung
convicted or acquitted.
extradition treaty.
Tama po ba yan?
Hindi yan sa
So,
Senado
ipag-depende case
pinag-uusapan.
na rito at mabilis yung proseso, conviction or acquittal, hindi na siya pwede i-extradite. Is that correct?
Okay mo? Hindi
Your
ah.
Honor, under Article 4, that may be a ground for refusal of the request for extradition, but that in that case, so Your Honor, ang ano po dun, parang in effect parang double jeopardy. But in this instance po, there is no double
Iniiba ni Tolentino ang istorya. Ginajustify na hindi pwedeng ma-extradite.
When there has been a trial, conviction, or acquittal, that's explicitly
Hindi ka naman
stated.
abogado ng gobyerno Tolentino. Hindi ka naman abogado ng Department of Justice eh. Senador ka lang.
Jeopardy
Huwag mong isingit yan, saka na yan.
Concept of dual sovereignty. Am I correct?
Tatawa ka talaga eh.
Yes, Your
Laglag
Honor.
sa eleksyon ito. May epal eh.
Ang tanong ko, mas makakabuti ba na mas mabilis ang trial sa Pasig, which would result in either
Court
conviction
decision
or
yan.
acquittal, dahil hindi na pwedeng ma-extradite?
Sir, it's independent of the request for
Kung yung unahan ng
extradition.
korte,
So,
Tolentino.
regardless if the criminal cases are
Bahala ka, Tolentino, kandidato ka, delikado ka niyan.
it will not affect the extradition request.
Siguro, aralin niyo mabuti itong Section 1 ng Article 4. Parang very explicit naman ito. You still have time. Number 3 question, I learned,
Kala ko ba alis ka na, Tolentino?
correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you're following this through news accounts, that the Department of Justice of the United States dismissed the charges against a certain Miss Dueñas. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and this was just a few weeks ago.
Yes, Your Honor. Last week, Your Honor.
Last week.
October 7.
So, ang tanong ko rito, and this will probably be a lingering question.
Kibuloy to
What
si
would be the
Tolentino ang
effect of
dating,
the
ano?
dismissal of the U.S. cases against, is Dueñas a miss or a may?
Huwag mo munang pag-usapan, Tolentino, yung sa Amerika. Yung kaso muna dito, yung bagong testigo at yung pagsagot ni Kibuloy ang mahalaga.
Cases against
Bira ka
Ms.
naman.
Dueñas with the pending cases of Pastor Quiboloy in the Philippines. Since some of the
O yung mga troll, hindi namin kailangan dito. Umalis kayo.
Your Honor, if I may defer to Prosecutor Torrevillas.
Torrevillas.
Deputy State Prosecutor Torrevillas, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Tolentino. It will not
Dinadaan sa
affect
legal
the
issue ni
cases
Tolentino. Hindi naman
pending
korte yan,
against
Senado. Pambira ka naman.
Pastor Quiboloy, considering that Ms. Dueñas is not one of the accused in those cases.
One of the accused in cases pending for the regional trial court here in Pasig or in the United States Department of Justice. Saan po? Saan jurisdiction?
Before the Regional Trial Court of Pasig and Quezon City, Mr. Senator.
So it won't affect.
Yes.
But there is
Parang abogado ka ni Kibuloy, Tolentino. Pambira ka naman. Senador ka ng Republika.
And the Philippine cases. Tama po ba yan? And probably I'm not jumping the gun on what the defense counsels were doing. So walang effect. As I've said, this is just speculative.
It will not affect
Ray Amor, hindi ka namin kailangan dito. Lumayas ka rito.
Quezon City and the Regional
Siguro,
Trial Court
ano
of
ka,
Pasig.
Katulad ka rin ni Kibuloy, mahilig. Lumayas ka rito.
Ms. Dueñas is not one of the accused.
Hindi ka kailangan dito.
One of the witnesses for the prosecution.
But some of the defendants...
Ray, sorry Ray. Ray Amor, umalis ka rito. Hindi kita kailangan dito.
Are likewise defendants are accused here in the Philippines. And I understand there would be a second hearing come May 20 before the U.S. Department of Justice. Tama po ba yan?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. So paano naman kung yun ang magkaroon ng ibang desisyon while pending dito sa Pasig and Quezon City ibang kaso? Any speculative answer? O kung wala, mahirap na
It
siguro.
has no connection at all because
Different jurisdictions, different elements. Again, Madam Chair, maraming salamat.
Ay, salamat Tolentino. Abogado ka ni Kibuloy, lumayas ka talaga.
Pagsalita, I reiterate again.
Extradition treaty, hindi kailangan yan ngayon.
Earlier statement that respect and dignity should permeate the entire proceedings today.
Hindi yung
And
korte,
I hope,
Tolentino, pambihira ka.
the
Illegal
Senate
legislation, hayaan mo lumabas ang akusasyon at taka yung depensa ng
will be
akusado.
enshrined, Madam Chair.
Nagmamagaling ka, Tolentino, pambihira ka. Oh.
Ito at maraming salamat sa mga resource persons natin na
Umalis ka na lang.
tumalo. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Dagang salamat.
Hindi ka kailangan sa hearing, Senador.
Maraming salamat din po, Majority Leader.
Abogado ka
And
ni
of course,
ang
the
dating mo,
Chair and
abogado
the
ka ni
whole
Kibuloy.
committee ay nakikiisa dun sa patuloy na pagtaguyod ng respeto at dignidad ng Senado.
Ayan, oh,
at
inulit
ng
na,
Senado
napahiya ka
para
tuloy.
sa lahat
Diniin
ng,
tuloy ng
malaman
chairman.
po
Oh.
sa ating mga
Alam namin yung rules, alam nila yung
So,
rules.
balikan po natin si Ms. Teresita.
Ay, salamat, umalis na si Tolentino.
Mga patuloy po na
Hindi na makakabalik yan sa
sa
2025.
inyong testimonya kanina. So, bate po pa rin po dun
Mali
sa
ng
testimonya
kandidato yan ni
pinasa
Pangulong
mo
Marcos.
kanina.
Bakit ba kinuha ni
Anong
Pangulong Marcos sa kandidato yan ng
kayo sinimulang abusuhin
gobyerno?
ayon sa
Grabe.
inyong testimony at alaala?
It was in October of 1993.
October of 1993. So, 31 years ago po.
Yes po.
Alright. Tapos ulitin ko lang po yung nabalitaan kong fasting o dry fast. So, hindi kayo pinakain, hindi kayo pinainom ng tubig. Ilang araw nga po ba ginawa ito sa inyo? At wala po bang kasamahan ninyo doon na sinubukang tulungan kayo?
Of course, nobody would ever dare help me because upon instruction na hindi nga ako and they did not even allow, they were not even allowed to talk to me, nor even to come near to me. So actually there were two sets of fasting given to me. One set was, there was 10 days fasting. There was no food, no water. It was Ninit Ukyas who gave me the list of instruction, and number one in the list is to do dry fast for the straight 10 days.
Sino po nagbigay ng instruction?
Ninit Ukyas.
Nenet Okyas.
Yeah.
Okay po.
And then I only was able to eat a little amount of rice and viand on the 39th day because when you had fasted, hindi naman kailangan kakain ka agad. So there was water, then then lugaw, and then finally on the 39th day, that was the time I was able to eat rice. And then after that, there was
Grabing
the
pahirap, no?
second
Hindi pinakain.
round of fasting, which was even more miserable. It started on February 6, 1999, and there were other workers also. And that was very miserable because it was like this. We were given 5 days, or sometimes 7 days. It was a kind of a series of fasting. The first, second, third days were for dry fasting, meaning you were not allowed to drink, of course, to eat food, dry foods. And on the fourth, sometimes it's water, sometimes it's sometimes it's lugaw. Then another 5 days, the same pattern. Sometimes it became 7. It ended on the It ended on the month of May because I have my diary on that.
Grabe, ano?
So yung pangalawang dry fasting, 3 buwan, na may iba't ibang klaseng fasting for 5 days or 7 days, 1 to 3 days na dry fasting, on the 4th day may tubig, o yung yung pinakuluan ng sinaing, di ba? Yung pinapainom ng mga lolo't lola natin sa mga baby ng panahon ng World War II.
Yung sabaw ng ano po.
Sabaw ng rice.
Or lugaw. So over 3 months, may
ano?
ganitong
Ang tawag?
series ng mga iba't ibang klase ng dry fasting.
Yes po. But I was together with other workers also because they were also punished. I was the longest. I stayed there for the longest 3 months.
And yung una pong dry fast, yung unang set ng pagpapadry fast sa inyo na 10 araw, walang pagkain, walang tubig.
Grabe si Tolentino.
10
Nag-iwan pa
araw
ng damit sa kasarili.
10 araw na walang pagkain?
Yes po.
Ni-insist na hindi daw dapat
Paano
may
niyo po
extradition treaty.
na-survive yun?
Treaty nga yan at saka wala pang request ba't mo inuunahan.
Because of course, the place is cold.
Para hindi abogado.
And then every time in the morning when I took a bath, so parang doon ko na lang nalalasap yung tubig. Kaya I keep taking a bath 3 times a day.
Iniinom nyo na lang yung
Halos, mainom
tubig
kasi
pampaligo.
natatakot ka namang baka masira yung tiyan mo. Parang ganun lang, parang
Hirap ng buhay nila, pagdaanan, no?
And after 39 days, ganun ulit, pinainom muna kayo ng tubig, ng and then pinakain ng lugaw, and finally, kanin.
yes, on the 39th day. But there was a month, I think it was month of December, may kinain na rin ako doon. Kaya lang, again, maybe they were not satisfied with the result. Maybe they wanted me to really slowly kill me. So again, I had another series of fasting that was, as what I have said, it started on February 6th and ended on the month of May.
Alam na alam pa niya kahit matagal na nakaraan, no?
During those 2 times po, yung dalawang set ng dry fasting, yung unang 10 araw at yung pangalawang umabot ng 3 buwan, nakakulong kayo noon or were you restrained in any way?
No, I was just there in the mountain, in the prayer mountain. Not really kulong, but the place is big naman. So I had to go to the prayer house. I had to pray, I think, 3 times a day. 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 times a day. 4 and then 6 o'clock in the evening.
And kanina sabi nyo dun sa pangalawang set ng dry fasting sa inyo, over 3 months, may ibang workers pa kayong kasama, bagamat hindi sila kasing tagal na pinadry fast tulad ninyo. Bukod dyan sa pagpapadry fast, yung ganyang abuso sa inyo, meron ka bang na-witness na iba pang mga pang-aabuso sa iba pang workers?
Yes po. Actually, there were workers who were placed in a closed tent. Parang Bartolina, ang tawag namin doon Bartolina. They were placed in a closed tent. There were even torches placed around.
Human rights
In the
violation.
evening, they would put fire on the torches, and then they put and feed inside the tent, closed tent. And then, of course, they suffered too much heat in daytime and the colds in the evening. But eventually, they managed to escape one by one. But the only one who survived, she was rescued because she was dehydrated already.
So the only one who survived, na-rescue,
Yeah, it was Lani Alfaro.
dehydrated, si Miss Lani Alfaro. Ano po nangyari dun sa ibang nag-escape dun sa mga tents na yon?
Actually, because there were ministers who were also used as their security guards, they were actually helped by the ministers to just escape.
So may mga minister din naman na naawa sa kanila at
Meron din.
tinulungan silang makatakas.
Yes po.
Okay. Tapos, Ms. Teresita Atiging, tama po ba na naging subject kayo ng attempted assassination? Ito po ba yung sinabing ginawa ng angel of death?
Of course, I would really think that way because I was just a mere worker, a civilian, and then why would these people come to my place, bring those firearms? They were there, and it was only to serve the warrant of arrest for my co-ministers. Why would they have a backup car? I was made to believe that it was really their intention to harass me and to terrorize me in my place.
May dala po silang warrant of arrest? Saan
Yes.
galing po yung warrant na yun?
As I have stated, there was actually one minister who had a problem, no? Then he was gunned down in Davao City. Then I actually helped him settled in my place. And then
Ito po yung nag-survive ng assassination attempt.
survived. Then he was served by that warrant of arrest. And then, because he was in my house, I helped him actually.
So nung pumunta yung mga may dalang firearms at may backup vehicle, yung sineserve nilang warrant ay para dun sa nag-survive sa assassination attempt na kinupkup nyo.
Yes po, actually para sa kanya. But I was made to believe that ako rin, pwede rin nila akong patayin. Bakit? Because there was one time, because that Alex Camia was with a policeman. Bakit kailangan nila akong parang i-scale nila yung opisina ko? Bakit parang tinitingnan nila kung nasaan ako doon? Kung ang gusto lang talaga, if they really wanted the warrant of arrest to be served with that person, why came to my office? For what?
Yung Alex Camia ay may kasamang pulis o siya mismo ay pulis o PNP?
No, he was with a policeman, an official policeman during that time. At saka meron din po siyang kasamang siyempre driver. At saka, because I only learned later that there were two vehicles actually, but during those times, isa lang ang alam ko. Nung nakausap ko yung backup driver, kasi he is with me now, doon ko lang nalaman na may backup driver, may backup vehicle pala sila.
Ngayon, Ms. Teresita Atiging, pioneering member po kayo ng KOJC. Alam nyo rin po ba yung business model ng fundraising ninyo at paano ito nagsimula? Sinabanggit nyo, naging head kayo ng logistics, kayo po nag-organize ng mga caroling, yung mga solicitation. Paano po yan nagsimula at anong alam niyo dun sa kabuuang business model?
Yes po, the caroling really had become, or maybe has even until now become, one of the sources of funds in the ministry. In 1988, I was able to join here in Manila, and we were only caroling the cities within the cities of NCR. But when I left, I was given the opportunity to lead the fundraising. I made it nationwide. I actually organized the nationwide caroling, Madam Chair. Then what happened? I had every province. I had leaders overseeing 70 to 100 carolers, including adults who would be cooking and washing their clothes. And in the NCR alone, we had, I think, 13 leaders overseeing 20 to 30 members also, doing caroling from 8 o'clock in the morning to sometimes 10 o'clock in the evening, going around the cities of Manila, just caroling all the people here in the Metro Manila. Then, because I had a quota of, it started with 10 million until it became 15 million. Of course, they also had a quota. I also gave them the quota to meet my total quota of 15 million.
So, sa bawat probinsya, nung ginawa nyo ng nationwide yung caroling, di na lang sa NCR, may isa kayong leader na bawat isa may 17 to 100 carolers. At dito naman sa NCR, kung saan kayo nagsimula, naging 13 leaders na may 20 to 30 members each. So, i-multiply lang po natin. So, sila po yung pinapatawan nyo noon ng quota para mabuo yung 10 to 15 million pesos. Ano po ito? Per day? Per week?
No, that's 1 month of
Per month.
Yeah, yes.
Per month. And so, 14 hours a day sila pwedeng nagkakarol, nag-fundraise 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes po.
Ganun po katagal. Alright. Dagang salamat, Ms. Teresita Atiging. Please stay on sa hearing natin dahil yung mga kasama kong senador, mga kauban ko, including our minority leader, may have questions for you. Yes, the minority leader would like to interject now. You have the floor, Senator Foco.
Ma'am Ging, no? So, dito lang ako napapahala sa sinabi mo na dry fasting,
Yes
2
po.
times ang experiences mo. And sa experience mo, it was a form of punishment.
Very much a form of punishment. But it
Pagpapahirap,
was actually
kaparusahan.
like a spiritual discipline on me.
Okay, but
Because
pero it was presented still as a disciplinary measure.
Yes po.
But have you seen dry fasting as a form of a ritual or not as a form of a punishment? Is it also practiced there?
Actually, there were 2 meanings, no? Of course, when we were instructed to do dry fasting, we would always consider it as our sanctification, as our cleansing fast, because we would always believe that we were always made to believe that we were sinners, and we do accept that we were sinners, so we had to go through fasting.
In the 2 particular, sa mention mo kasi dalawa, particular
Yes, po.
cases, hindi ko na matandaan yung mga months. Pero in your particular case, punishment.
At first, I did not consider it as punishment.
Dapat bigyan nyo ng pagkakataon si Quiboloy. Pasagutin nyo si Quiboloy kung totoo yan.
You have to undergo dry fasting as a punishment.
Spiritual
Iba
discipline.
talaga ang hearing sa Kongreso kaysa sa Senado.
Kundi kung ano yung
Kasi
discipline.
nasa Kongreso, pag tinanong yung testigo, tatanungin yung akusasyon, yung mga inaakusahan.
Was it what? Punishment also yung pangalawa?
Agad-agad pinasasagot.
Maybe because they saw me alive.
Sagutin niyo si Quiboloy para malaman, totoo ba itong akusasyon na ito? Pinahirapan mo yung mga tao.
Second series of fasting.
Ganon.
But sa observation mo, tagal ka dyan sa kingdom meron, you also undergo fasting as a part of a ritual, not as a punishment. Tama.
Yes, there are many times.
As severe as dry fasting.
No, mine was actually was the worst.
Yun yung mga fasting na alam natin, yung babawasan mo lang yung quantity ng kakainin mo, siguro gano'n, ano?
Yes.
Yun ba yung meaning ng, yun yung sa ritual. Ngayon sa karanasan mo, ikaw kasi, obviously, nag-survive ka ng dry fasting mo as punishment sa personal knowledge mo, meron kayong kasama sa KOGC na nag-suffer ng masamang consequence as a result of dry fasting as a form of punishment?
Wala naman akong alam because I left 1993.
You left 1993? When did you leave?
1999 pa po.
1999, umalis siya ng
Oh,
kingdom.
pero sabi mo, founding member ka, so pero wala kayong nakita pa
Pero
na
dekada na palang
so,
nangyayari yan. Grabe ah.
kasi sana, kung meron, encourage natin sila ngayon na magreklamo sila because this might be a violation of the revised penal code. How is it enforced pala? How is it enforced? Sabi mo kasi, sa Prayer Mountain, you're free to roam around. Pwede kang gumalaw. So, paano kung super gutom ka na? Can you cheat? Can you cheat on the dry fasting punishment?
We were tempted to do that, but because we're so afraid, baka madagdagan pa yung araw.
Takot paano ka naman mandadaya? Paano ka naman papakita mo kakain ka, bawal nga.
Meron kang kinikwento na although hindi ikaw yung involved, sabi mo lang na may close tent, may mga ganon. Tapos may mga ministro na sila na mismo nagpatakas dun sa mga pinapanish, So, naawa na rin siguro sila na
Kaya po sana bigyan ng pagkakataon si Quiboloy at yung iba pa nga si Ingrid Canada. Para yung side naman nila. Para balance.
Ano yan? Did you actually witness it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then did the ministers actually tell you na pinatakas namin ito si...
No, I was just told after those incidents when they got connected to me.
So kasi ang lumalabas na issue dito, Madam Chair, is if there is a religious group or an organized group na meron silang system of punishment, baka yung mga severity naman ng mga punishment, baka some of these punishments already cross the line, na they may amount to already violation of the revised penal code. Sige, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you also,
Tingnan natin yung iba pa.
Leader.
May bago ba?
So, Mr. Resita, Ate King, again, salamat kayo and please stay on for the rest of our hearing, lalo na kung may ibang mga issues na ma-raise na gusto rin namin itanong sa inyo. At this point po, our next witness is Yulia Tartova, a former pastoral and victim survivor of sexual abuse at the hands of Apollo Quiboloy. She's joining our hearing live from Ukraine.
Ayun.
Just to refresh our memory, let's listen to Yulia's video.
Blue Eye.
And after that, she is here to
kilala ko,
answer
pamilyar sa akin yung
any
pangalan
other
niya na. Yung
questions
kumakanta.
that we might have. So let's just view again Yulia's video at that time as alias Sofia.
Si Sophia.
I was about 21 years old.
21 years old siya.
Where did you stay?
I stay in a dorm, like a building, a separate building. And most of the people there was Ukrainians.
Tell me how
Alias
your
Sophia ng
relationship
Ukraine.
with Pastor Quiboloy developed or unfolded. At first, our relationship was very good, very warm, very friendly. I didn't feel everything like, it's like life, There's nothing about that. They transferred me in one room. I lived with the Jack Roy. She's pastoral in one of the closest, like she's very close to pastor. And I lived with her in one room.
Sana after nito bigyan ng pagkakataon si Quiboloy na magsalita naman para yung side ni Quiboloy madinig natin.
Other girls of pastorals are Filipino. They used to fellowship to me like, are you ready to sacrifice everything to God, to the Father, like pastor? Of course, I already sacrificed. I leave my job, I leave my school, I leave my friends and my parents. I already sacrificed a lot of. So what do you mean? I cannot understand because I already sacrificed and took the life that I choose and I live, and I believe that this is God's way for me. So, and they were just like, even your body you can sacrifice.
When he see that there is no Ukrainian girls and I'm alone, so he started more and more to talk to me. Are you want to sacrifice? Are you want to sacrifice everything, even your
Dapat si
body?
Roy,
really
Jackie Roy, pasagutin din. Nandiyan din si Jackie Roy, tsaka si Ingrid Canada.
That this is what will happen. And I remember that
Yung tatawag nilang ICC. Ingrid, Chavez, Canada ba yun?
in the night, and she
Chavez
said,
pa sila.
I want you to massage pastor's feet before he sleep. When the judge called me for night to massage him, I didn't think that this is what will happen, even though I was nervous. And she saw that I'm crying, but I'm still do what they want me to do. I like a bath, this pajama and crying and scaring. It's night and they put it because I never stay in the pastor alone in the night, in the dark. And I was normal. It was big room, and before room there is one little room. So Atachak lead me there, and she said, "Go in pastor's room." And I just stayed in this little room because I was scary and I was crying, and pastor was waiting for me. Till he realized that I'm not coming, and he by himself went out and moved me in his room. And I was like scary, and he said like massage my feet here, 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 and then little by little, and I was very nervous and it was dark. And suddenly he started to move my hands to put on his. He said massage here, and I said, oh my god, okay, and I massaged it. And after that, little by little, he just turned to me and he removed my clothes, and I even because I was very shocked. I was like, I cannot explain because I was nervous. This is what happened. He just removed my clothes and have
Women below the age of 18 years old, were they also being used?
Yeah, I didn't know about this for how many years till before I left Philippines. I heard from other, like she's very close to pastor because she grew up with him. She's a senior there, and she's pastoral. And I heard that, oh, you're crying because I always complain about this pastoral ministry. And she said, oh, you're crying that you're pastoral. At least you're mature, but I become pastoral at 12 years old. This is time when I was like shocked. The next day when I heard it, that I become a pastoral at 12 years old, I started to fight with pastor and ask why is it normal?
Yun, putol na. Tapos na ba yun?
Miss Yulia?
Live kasi po yun eh. From Ukraine, nag-live.
Miss Yulia, I think your
Si Sophia.
audio is still muted. Could you please unmute?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Miss Yulia. Thank you for joining us in the hearing.
Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Yulia. Before some of my follow-up questions about your the previous video and also with your presence with us today, could I just quickly ask, in the video you mentioned Jack Roy. Can you
Yun,
confirm
nandyan.
if she is here
O yan,
today?
lumantad.
In
Ako
the
kilala
hearing,
ko ito. Ayan,
if
yung
she's
mukha.
to the,
Ito
to
yung
the right,
isa sa
to the
kumakanta.
left of Pastor.
May simba sila. Lumantad na yung mukha talaga. Ayan, oh.
I cannot hear.
You cannot
the
see.
video. Yeah, but she's present there. I saw her.
She's present. Is she to the right or to the left of Pastor?
Pina-identify.
I don't remember. I have to check.
Pina-identify yung lugar. Si Roy. Nandiyan kasi si Roy.
Cannot
Roy,
see,
Jackie, Roy. Ayan, oh.
video of the,
Ayan, oh. Yan yung Jackie and Roy. Ayan, oh.
Can
Yan yung
you
nagsasabi
confirm
na ito
where
yung jogging pan, ano, panjama,
Jack Roy
shampoo, lotion.
Assembly and advance.
Ayan, si Roy. Yan, si Jackie and Roy.
is she the one on camera right now with glasses?
Yes, she's the one.
Ayan, oh.
So
Yan
that's
talaga. Siya
Jack
talaga yan.
Roy
Jackie and Roy. Kilala ko
for
rin yan.
previous video.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Miss Yulia.
Naku, ito
How
yung, ano,
many Ukrainian pastorals did Quiboloy have when you were there?
It's about
marami rin yun eh.
10, I think.
10. All right, including
More or
yourself.
less 10.
10. You and about 9
Yeah,
others.
About 10. Yeah, not, if I will count, yeah, it's about 10.
About 10. All right. And
Lumantad talaga. Ito si alias
what do you think
Sophia. Oh.
would happen if you refuse to have sex with Apollo Quiboloy?
Naku.
What do you think would happen?
Actually, we try to avoid this kind of service, but because when you believe that he is the Son of God, and you will
Napaniwala
do
siya.
whatever he wants us to do, And if you afraid, like if you will try to, excuse me, I didn't practice my English for a very long time.
It's all right.
Hindi niya may describe.
If you will try to deny, they will punish you. And there is a lot of really
Paparusahan ka pa nag-deny pag tumanggi ka, makipag-sex, ganon? Wow.
that they will use to you. That even one day will not be enough to mention everything.
Oh, maganda po yung
They
Sophia
will
ito kasi ano
punish
yan
and
eh,
call us,
Ukrainian eh.
scold us for
Maganda
anything,
yung Ukrainian at Russian.
and put us in shame. That saying that we are ungrateful because pastor give us everything, and you just don't want to give sacrifice your body like Jesus Christ sacrificed. And of course, they always will use the Bible as an instrument to convince us to do it. And they always, in the same time, they want us to feel, to twist our mind, to feel that this kind of service, it's a very big privilege. So we will be willing to do it with our will. So he will say that because nobody can deny that there is a pastoral ministry, even Mr. Quiboloy himself. And everybody knows that only girls and young and beautiful women are included there. And everybody knows, nobody can deny, even the full-time workers, that we all live separate from any others, under the same roof. Our rooms are next to him, so he have free access to every room, to each room, and nobody can. Nobody knows his life behind the door. That's why there's no full-time workers that know what is happening there.
So walang pwedeng tumulong.
So when you try to, and for example, there was several times that I tried to deny this ministry of sleeping with him. Because we have a schedule.
Ilang beses daw siya nag-deny, ibig sabihin ilang beses siyang nagamit, ilang beses siyang kinabi sa kwarto, ganon?
And Jack Roy, in my time, it was her ministry to invite girls to pastor's room. And actually to invite the girls to this ministry, to pull them in his room. And
Sila lang kasi nasa kwarto, si Roy, si Pastor Quiboloy, at saka itong mga alis victim. Ayan, hirap na hirap magsalita yung babae.
Very important. You said that nobody can deny that there was such a thing as a pastoral ministry. You told us that twice, and you said that if you refuse to give those
Punishment. May
kinds of
kaparusahan.
service, that sexual service, as you tried to do several times, that you would be punished, including through psychological instruments. Yes, you said that they would try to twist your mind. What kind of psychological punishments and what other kinds of punishments did they impose on you if you try to deny this kind of sexual service?
Wow.
Like as I said, there was a schedule, and there was one time I tried to deny.
May schedule,
One day he said that I will change my rules, so I will not be the one to call you. Who will be the one tonight to present yourself to me? But I want you to be voluntarily to come to Jack and to put yourself in the list. And me and some other Ukrainian girls whom I know, we we never go and put our names in the schedule. And then,
Grabe, may schedule talaga, ha?
because he said, Mr. Quiboloy
Pag
said
totoo
that
ito,
I want
intindi.
to see those who are really doing that willingly, who is not. And me and some other girls have a separate room. pastor of
So, iba-ibang
And
kwarto.
after he waited 1 week, 2 weeks, or about 1 month, I don't remember exactly, but there is such a time that nobody from us asked to do this ministry. And then he started to come by himself. Like, for example, he had the key of each room, and just in the middle of the night, he come to my room and have sex with me.
Lumilipat ng kwarto pagkagabi.
And you cannot
Hindi
run away. You cannot say I don't want, because if you say I don't want, he said you didn't overcome your flesh, and if you will not obey, you will go to hell, like things like that.
Grabe
And
Ganun pala, iba-ibang kwarto.
Like we have
Katukin ka na lang, next, ganon?
By the way, to look at me, I understand that this night he might come. So I didn't sleep in my room. I go in other room, and in the middle of the night, he was looking for me. And he find me in girls in the room. The girls live all together. So because in my mind, I thought that he will not come if we are male. But he come and he said, you have 5 minutes to come back in your room. And if you will not come, you will have a problem in the morning. So
Wow.
different kind of instrument.
Hindi ka pwedeng tumanggi, ganon?
I know there's, like, for example, other girls who said that, and also me, I use this as an instrument. Like, for example, it's the time to serve, and I would say I cannot do it because I have menstruation, and because we are mature, they didn't do these cruel things that they have done to the girls that they're younger. So a judge came to the girl and said, I want to check your panty, if there is napkin or not. And the girls just remove their pants to prove that they're not lying. So of course he knows that we are not willing to do it, and we are forcing that to do it, and we don't want to do it. But he likes the most.
Matindi ito. Buhay na testigo ito.
Those who try.
Personal experience nitong Ukrainian.
I want you to overcome your flesh. I want you to be on the next spiritual level when flesh are nothing to you. Like, for example.
And after all, you said that Pastor had free access to the rooms. He even had keys to the rooms. So about the schedule that you mentioned, Miss Julia, do you mean Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? It was a young girl or a young and beautiful woman. No rest day. Every day there was somebody scheduled.
Yeah, there's.
Wow, every day, Monday to Friday,
Monday
to Sunday.
And all the girls that were living in
Ang tindi nito
pastoral area, they like they have this kind
Kaya
of.
pala napasok na janlatory mga kwarto-kwarto, di ba? Alam niyo janlatory ang kwarto niya.
Several times to experience that. And
magkaroon sila ng operation. Kaya pala ang daming kwarto.
To do it like all the time, like almost every week.
But hindi Monday to Sunday, every day,
another important
every
thing
night.
Earlier, Miss Julia, that nobody,
Hindi
even some of the full-time workers, nobody knows pastor's life behind those doors. Behind the doors of
sabi
the
nga ng mga
pastorals.
mabibiro, abay, dighay lang ang pahinga nito. Higab lang.
Roy as your group.
Katapos ng higab, sige ulit. Lupit
At first, it's a long story because in order to
sorry po sa mga kababayan, pero grabe itong description.
Very quick way. So I will try to make it short.
Yes.
Like when I was in
dighay lang ang pahinga.
area and I started to live with at the jug.
Ang lupit.
I was very new. I even didn't know English, any word of
Pag
English.
totoo itong lahat ng
And he
ito,
was
grabe
very
ito.
intent
Kalaboso
to
talaga.
me in pastoral to pastoral ministry. And there was one time at the jug, it was night, and she called me and she said like he wants to talk to you. And I came to his room.
Ukraine lang
and,
pa ito, wala pa yung Russian.
he
Eh, ano mga
opened
yan? Lahi-lahi yan.
Russian Bible.
Nakikita ko yun ng
He
araw.
opened
Magaganda nga
Russian
yung mga yan.
Bible, because he cannot talk to me in English. And he said, I want you to read this verse in Russian. So I opened this Bible, and there was a verse, I don't know how to say it in English, translate in English. It's about, there's a scripture about to sacrifice your body. And he was trying to ask me, are you ready
Ginagamit
to
ang Panginoon,
sacrifice
ginagamit
your
ang
body?
Bible.
And he,
Wow.
put his finger on the bed, because we were sitting on the chair before the bed. And he showing to the bed, and he started to pull. And then I was, because I was very new, and
Sabi
everything
ni
that I know
Luz
about
tuloy,
was good.
grabe daw, ihi lang ang pahinga. Baka nga walang ihi. Sintabi na po. Dighay nga lang.
Like in my mind,
Next room,
he
next
was
room.
in
Wow.
by pulling me to the bed, and I ran away from the room. And there's a garage in front of Bible school. But in that time, there was Sampayan, a big place with a lot of stuff. And I ran away because where I can go, I'm in other country. Where I will go? So I ran away and I hide myself.
Ito, mga
there.
foreigner na
And
po
I was
ito.
just crying because
Ukrainian
I
national.
was thinking how to go home. I get a problem and
Mga more or less, mga 10 raw silang Ukrainian na naging pastoral. Wow.
And then when it's already morning, of course I have to appear where I cannot stay there forever. And when I come back to the room, the judge was very mad to me. And they said that you run away from him, you don't have any respect to the Son of God, and they like start to let me feel that I'm guilty. And then I guess they realized that it's too early for me. I'm not ready yet. I'm not still not brainwashed that I can do it. So they explained that. They called me again and they said, "You don't worry. This is you because this was my reaction. They know that."
O mga senador, narinig niyo yan?
And they said, "You don't worry. You didn't."
Magpakita naman kayo, 11 member ng committee yan. Eh, ilan ang dumating? Eh, Tolentino, umalis na. Nandyan si Coco Pimentel, si Cynthia Raw, nandyan. Yung iba senador, nasa na? Takot kayo kay Quiboloy? Yung mga re-election ni senador, nasa na kayo? At saka yung mga dating mga senador dyan, bakit wala kayo? Di kayo nagtatanong. Alam ko ba, para kayo sa bayan, magtanong naman kayo, mga senador.
Are really real.
Justice for all.
Again, use the words of the Bible when
Justice para sa mga biktima at justice din para sa akusado. Ano naman ang labanan eh? Rule of law.
Just like what he used to you. And this example.
Miss Julia.
It comforted me and I said, oh, okay. Because and then I again start to think.
Detalyado yung kwento nitong aling ito, si Sophia, alias Sophia.
We have
ano
a
pangalan niya?
dinner,
Yulia. Ano ito? Baronina. Baronina ba
We
yan?
have a dinner. And I have
Ukraine.
trauma in
National.
my back. And I
Ukraine.
was just thinking like, I have pain in my back. And
Kaya pala ang daming room. Grabe, ha?
put
Ang testigo dyan, si General Torre, kasi nung mag-reach sila doon, nakita niyo iba-ibang room. Na may mga natutulog na mga babae.
Hand,
Mga bata.
to massage for you.
Tanong mo kay Torre yan. Alam ni Torre yung mga kwarto niya. Napasok nila yun nung mag-reach sila dyan. Sa compound.
We thought it's a joke. But when the night came, in the middle of the night,
Kasa, di ba sa kasa ganyan? Kwarto-kwarto, iba-iba ang babae. Lalaki lang ang darating. Di ba ganun lang sa kasa?
I was just sleeping.
Sa abroad.
And he said, you said you have back pain? He want to massage you. And I said, no, I'm okay. I was just joking. He said, don't worry, just trust, because it's a big privilege if he will pray on you. And I said, okay. And I just lay down. She turned
Wala,
off the
nagtuloy-tuloy
light
na yung
and she
yung
go
kwento.
out from
Hindi
the room.
nakapagtanong
And
si
then Mr.
Senador.
Quiboloy came and he started to massage my back. And of course, I didn't feel comfortable, but I also cannot escape. And after that, he started to move his hands lower to my back. And I get scared. I said, no, I don't have in there place to do it. And he said, just relax, like things like that. And again, I ran away from the room. Again, I hide. Then the next morning, they spoke me again. Like he wanted to pray on you, he wanted to heal you, and you just go away. So little by little, really, I cannot mention all, but I want you to guard the point.
Miss
That,
Julia,
there is a lot of tricks that they were using.
Miss Julia and colleagues, the minority leader has to leave. Salamat kaayo, Senator Coco, for attending. Miss Julia, before my last follow-up question to you at this point, I'd just like to quickly ask Miss Jacqueline Roy. Miss Roy, quickly lang po at this point, narinig nyo yung mga sinabi ni Miss Julia. Do you confirm what she said? Inaamin nyo ba yung mga sinasabi niya na kayo daw ang nag-group sa kanya para kay Pastor?
Roy.
Good afternoon po, Senator. I want to invoke my right to remain silent.
Nako,
And I'm also invoking my right against self-incrimination since nasa korte na po ito. Salamat po.
Alright, babalikan na lang po namin.
Pala yung sagot.
Kayo
Ayaw sumagot. Invoke right to self-incrimination.
Miss Julia, just
Yan ang turo ng
for a
abogado.
last question from me at this point. Miss Julia, you sent us a copy of an audio file that came into your possession. Now, noting that the Philippines Republic Act number 9208 as amended grants immunity from liability to a victim of human trafficking who transmits a recording involving a violation of that law, and noting further that this audio file had been also circulating already on the internet, the committee will play this audio file now. So please stay with us, Miss Julia, while we play the audio file.
I was about
Dali pakinggan po ninyo
Ang makagamit sa inyo, ang anak lang.
Ayan
Walay lain, walay kabubuto niya.
Makakagamit sa inyo, anak lang.
Ikaw, panit, may number 1 niya.
Wow, ano?
Pag ilapas mo, imo ilapastangan ang balahod. At yun kang ulay ko kaluoy, pinagi sa duwa o tulong ka saksi. Nabigwit na satanas to eh. Gapakita sila sa inyo sa internet, malipayon sila. No? Ganong gapakita po man sila diyan, malipayon sila. Kaya hindi sila malipayon. Kato sila, kukuro na ko to. Abilag, tapos na po sa ila. Pabayaron ko sila kanan. Kaya naiutang sila sa ministry na ko. Naiutang sila sa kingdom. Tubayad ko sila madali matubay. It will take 5 years, it will take 10 years. It does not matter. Basta nakatutok sa ilang angel of death. When the opportunity presents itself, patay sila. Ilan nakapastoral na naigo na tapat sa kuha. Iya pa rin yun. Di man niya kung mapasakitan, membro-membro lang. Pagka nag-contact ng lalaki niya, nakik-sex ka na sa iya. Yatag mo na yung kagalimon sa iya. Pag sa internet, kung I love you ka na, yatag mo na yung kagalimon sa iya.
Nagseselos pa si Quiboloy.
Yatag na kung tuman ako sa iyo, kitraitor ko nimo. Kitraitor ko nimo. Kung sa'yo akong buhato, dato ko, para mabawi akong tungo kung sa'yo akong buhato. Ikaw, ugang driver, patyunta ka. Siguraduhin ako, mamatay mo ba? Dito pa ako makabawi sa akin tungo. O bitaw ang Muslim, doon ay honor killing. Dili mo katalikodan ng ministry. Hindi mo mga matay. Pero yung pagtungo, pwede mo matalikod. Tingin na kay gusto ninyo matalikod. Sulod daw mong SDA. Isang kadre ka lang, sulod ka NPA. Pagka nakalecture na ka, kapila sa ilaha, di ka nakagawas. Pag di gawas ka, kukulong ka, patsyon ka. Sunod mong mafia, sunod mong gobyerno sa Amerika. Pag ipasunod ka diya sa ilang CIA, ipasunod ka sa ilang FBI, ipasunod ka sa ilang NSA, nakabalo na ka sa ubang mga confidential niya. Tapos kalit-kalit mo, talikod ka, di ka kukurot. Inani ang commitment na ako sa inyo. Wala na'y makatalikod sa inyo. Wala na'y makatalikod sa inyo. Wala na'y pili mo traidor sa inyo. Pag nag-traidor mo, na'y magbukod sa inyo. Patay mo dito.
Wow.
Pahamakan ang inyong ginagawa.
Panakot yun ah. Kapahamakan, patay daw.
Una-una ninyo
Kung naging traidor.
Kalaluman ninyo o pauna-una ninyo sa ministry ako. Pilya mo. Ikaw pa din, may dahan ka din, may sungol ka. Katuloy sungol ni mo. Pag tinagi mo sungol sa gawas, kung doon nata na, wala ipili na na. Pinanakalalo ang commitment nato rin. Pero nag-communicate mong lalaki, pagkatapos mo, report mo sa kuma rin. Samtang niya mo sa akong balay, ang gusto na ako rin, may yung tumano. Dili mo pwede mo tuman rin sa gusto ninyo, dili na ako gusto. Kapuyon, kumano na kaniman, anak putak sa tanas rin ba? Naipong ko ng mga Moros, ng mga Muslim. Na yung mga babae sila magpa-prostitute sa ilang mga warriors. Kasi para mawala ang stress.
Ano?
Hindi na ako yung weakness.
Pagtanggal ang stress?
Ilabay ninyo na kaya di na nakabubutol sa mahal. Kaya di mo na mong pastoral para sa anak lang mo.
Ayun. Ang pastoral daw ay para sa anak lang. Wow. Yun ah.
Miss Yulia, before my questions to you about this audio file, Mr. Quiboloy, huwag kayong mag-alala. Magkakaroon din kayo ng oportunidad na magresponde. Didigid lang natin kasama lahat ng mga victim survivors testimonies muna.
Dapat pasugutin. Tama. Bigyan ng pagkakataon si Quiboloy.
Karapatan nyo marinig yung mga akusasyon laban sa inyo bago kayo magresponde. Yulia,
so ayaw po na pasagutin. Gusto ko lang sumagot si Quiboloy. Hindi katulad ni Jackie. Ini-invoke yung kanyang right.
Yes. Do you
Against
recognize the
self-incrimination.
voice speaking in the audio file?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
This is the voice of Mr. Quiboloy.
Okay. And well, I know
Kinumpirm niya, boses daw ni Quiboloy.
Bisaya so well, but do you have a sense of what he was saying in this audio file?
Yeah, because I experienced like the girl that he is talking about.
Only if you know, is Pane Stephanie Ibarra?
Yeah.
Yes. Who is Stephanie Ibarra?
Stephanie Ibarra is main senior in the kingdom, and she is main assistant of Mr. Quiboloy, like the one who like always guide him everywhere. Like, and he she also have access to his room the same as Mr. Quiboloy have access to her room. So
okay, was she also your groomer? Was she also your groomer, like you said, Jacqueline
no.
Roy was? No.
No, she was not.
No. All right.
And why I know you asked me. Can you repeat the question? How I get idea what he's talking about in this audio, even though I don't understand English, because I experienced a lot of things in the ministry. And for example, the girls have some lapses there. For the world, it's a normal thing. Like, for example, they want to chat horse or something. Like, it's not a crime. But according to the standard of and rule that were in the pastoral, it's a big crime that he will punish them. And I witnessed how Stephanie was several times, only in my time, she was trying to leave the ministry.
Stephanie Ibarra or Pane was trying to leave the ministry.
Yeah, she was trying to.
Nag-try daw umalis. Si Pane.
Every time
Stephanie Ibarra.
she tried. They very in brutal way, in very arrogant way. They will put her back to be always loyal to Mr. Quiboloy as his
How brutal and arrogant way?
Like, for example, there was one time she wanted to run away from the house of Manila. We stayed there before we have a concert day there. And we stay in worker's house. And she wanted to run away. She jumped from the window together with her luggage. And
How
when
high
we
was
found
the
out,
window?
I don't know really.
But she jumped from a window to
Yeah,
escape.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she was trying to
Tumakas sa
go
bintana.
up because she
Saan
knows
tumakas?
in her position in the kingdom, she cannot say that, can you release me? I don't, I'm full, I'm fed up, I want to go out. She know it's not possible. And,
Why wasn't it possible? Why wasn't it possible?
Because, like as I said, she is like his trophy, and he said, like even to us, like if she will leave, how I will handle the other girls, because she is like she used her as example that must be loyal, that must be single, and he said that if I will let you to do it, it will be like like it will bad reputation on me, because
Why was she Quiboloy's trophy?
Because this is her position in the kingdom. Because when you are in the pastoral ministry, the main goal is to become a leader, because most of the leaders in the kingdom are women. And he always said that all these girls must be a leader and must be single, because we sacrifice our life through the body of King Boy. And he didn't want to lose anyone, especially Stephanie, because they were
So
like
especially
after,
Stephanie.
and because after they left, of course they have a lot. They cannot control them anymore, and they know that anytime they can say what happened them. What they have experienced inside, because while you are inside and you know all these things that going on there, like they afraid that you, as soon as you go out, you will.
If she was able to escape, if Quiboloy could not control Stephanie or Pane Ibarra anymore, what would happen?
Ako nawala.
Miss Julia? Yes.
Yun.
I don't know, because because to me and to us, it's nothing will happen. She will just live her own life, good or bad. It's depend on our choice on the way how we work on life. Because he always put the fear on us that if you will go out, you will become a prostitute. All the men will use you, and here only I using you, and you have this privilege. And he said, I will honor you, and in the world you will be dishonored, you will be lost, like you will be homeless. And this is what they are talking actually about us. Like, for example, me, I came with a sincere heart to this ministry. And
Paki-like lang po ninyo yung video natin, kasi live po ito
inside the kingdom,
sa public hearing ng Senado about Quiboloy cases.
That I fight with Mr. Quiboloy about this pastoral ministry, because for me it was hard to adjust to this rule, because most of the girls in the pastoral, they came from a broken family or came from very young age that don't have example in life. They don't have a father, especially
mga galing sa broken family, mga member, mga pastoral, galing sa hirap,
thinking that this is life,
ang buhay, ganon.
And when you don't have experience about other life in the world, you will really be afraid to go out.
Miss Julia,
Yeah.
yes. So, I know that you want to say something to Pastor directly. Here in the Senate in the Philippines, we don't allow resource persons to talk to each other directly. You may only address the chair. So, if you want to say something
Yan,
directly,
bibigyan ng pagkakataon kung mayroong message siya.
please address it through me. For the record, please say, Madam Chair, this is what I want to say to Quiboloy, so that he can hear you and we can put your message to him on record. So please proceed.
Madam Chair, this is what I want to say to Mr. Quiboloy. When I came to the Philippines, I trust my life to you. You promised that you will put honor, dignity on us, and we trust that this is what will happen. And all of this time in this ministry, I was very honest to you. And if there was something that I understand, I always come to you and ask why, explain me. So from the very beginning to the end, I don't have any bad records. I didn't show myself as a girl, cheap girl, and I always try to be on that level that you try to put on us. But because of this pastoral ministry, for how many years you know that I was trying to learn this way, but I always argue with you because I have a good example in my life. I have a family, there is a wife, there is a husband. I came 24 years old, I'm mature, and it was very hard to broke my the way my view about what is the life, normal life, happiness must be. And I really try to broke myself to follow your rules.
Priscilla, salamat ha.
But you lead
Ashley,
us in
salamat
a very bad experience. For all these years, of course, I have a good experience and bad, and even everything is mixed up. It's very hard to analyze. When you are on your emotional are like they will put you very high, they will put you very low, and you're always on the slate. It's very hard to analyze the way you your true feelings, and they will think that the way you feel bad about this ministry, that this is immoral, but he tried to convince that this is the very high level. They made us doubt about our feelings, and I was there with the honest heart. And even before, like when what pulled me back from this ministry, because from this 6 years, as I said, I have a good and bad experience, and to the year of 2019, the bad experience was already more than a good, and I decided to leave. I made a letter through attendee to pastor that I'm very thankful for all the experience that I have in the kingdom, because there's a lot of things that I love, like singing, worshiping, young congregation. I love to serve God, but I'm going out because I have doubt about pastoral ministry. I cannot tolerate it anymore, and I don't feel that I can do it. And this was the time of COVID, and I was in Ukraine that time, living here. And because it was COVID, I went from the KLC workers' house. I went to my parents' house, and I stayed there for how many months? Because we didn't know. And this is again my thinking.
Tingin ni Quiboloy, oh.
You. Again, I see my family. I see, and I
Ito yung tingin niya?
there is
Kita niyo
no
yung tingin?
one who will influence me
Ano?
again. And I came to life.
Habang
But
nagsasalita si
even though
Sophia,
the
yan ang tingin niya. Oh.
bad experience that I had,
Nakikinig siya.
I still go with a thankful heart. And what they do to me, because I still watching, even though I go out, I still watching the TWP program. And in his TWP program, I didn't do anything, but he said about me that if you will work as a prostitute to move your life out of the kingdom, you cannot replace all these material things that I invest in you here. You compare me as a prostitute, and I'm here living like ordinary life. I have to, when I go out of the kingdom, I was almost 30 years old. Because of the kingdom, I was not able to finish my study. I was not able to build my own family. I was not able to have my career, so I can have something of my own. When you invest all your time, all your efforts, everything into the kingdom, and when you go out, you have nothing. And then in everything you do there, you do with a sincere heart. We never ask for payment. We never ask for salary. We go out from the empty hands. And still, you are saying that we owe you.
Grabe po ah.
This is you.
Dalawang testigo pa lang ang tindi.
And you broke our reputation.
Para yung biktima ng di umano yung sexual harassment.
To say very bad things about me, to destroy my reputation, because you know that if I will go out in the way, in case if I will say what is happening there, my reputation will be destroyed and nobody will believe. This is what he always destructive that he do.
Yes.
And the last thing
Thank you
that I
very
want
much,
to say,
Miss Julia.
1 minute please, because
Yes.
Haba ng message ah.
I always argue about pastoral ministry, as I said, especially when the minors came, because I cannot tolerate, and they know this. And I start to fight for these kids because they hide it from us. And it's a very long story. Maybe I will have an opportunity to tell everything. But
Yes, you can also submit
Quiboloy
it to us in
told
writing.
me, Mr. Quiboloy told me, Yulia, don't come near to my relationship with God, because this pastoral ministry, this is my ministry, and I know what I'm doing. If I will have a problem with this, I will be the one to solve it. But when problem to appear, he never face it, because he wants the other. He used people who even are not pastoral and don't know about his life. They don't know what he eats, what his arrangement in the, they don't know anything.
Haba ng message niya kay Quiboloy ah. Grabe.
We stay under one room.
Thank you very much, Miss Julia.
Uses not until now he's not solving this problem that he created. He wants the all kingdom nation to protect him. He wants even this victim to make them as accomplishment protect him. But
Thank you very much, Miss
what
Julia,
I want
for
to
actually
face your
helping
problem.
us. Yes, you're helping us to find out what the problems actually were and see if through our laws we can prevent them ever happening again. So thank you very much, Miss Julia. Please stay on in our hearing in case we have other questions for you later in the
Kaya sa
hearing.
mga
We will
senador,
now
walang
hear
dumarating
the
na ibang
other
senador ah.
victim survivors.
Malis
Thank you
pa
very much,
yung
Miss
iba.
Julia, and take care. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Thank you. So ngayon,
Ayan.
pakinggan naman po natin si
Kamay mo na.
Edward Ablaza Masayon. Sir Edward, maaari mo bang
Lalaki naman ito.
paalala sa amin? Di ba kayo yung bahagi ng Second Signal Battalion ni Quiboloy?
Opo, Madam Chair.
Okay po. Ano po ba yung Second Signal Battalion? Para ba yung private army?
Actually po, Madam Chair, ang 2nd Signal Battalion is ay legit po na galing sa Philippine Army. Noon po, nag-start yung ni Quiboloy po, yung private army po. Noong panahon pa po ng Task Force Davao, kasi yung unang batch ng Task Force Davao, hindi pa ako nakasali doon. Meron po mga workers na kasama ko, pili lang. Sila yung mga unang batch talaga.
Okay.
Task Force Davao is local lang po ng Davao.
Yes.
Noong 2015 po, mag-jump off po tayo. 2015, endorse po yung paaro dito sa Kingdom. Because paaro is gamit na gamit po kasi national na po siya.
Ano po yung paaro?
Philippine Army Affiliated Reserve Unit.
Okay, paaro.
Paaro po. Under po ng 11 RCDG. At saka po, yung sa ARESCOM po na yung nag-train po is 1105 Community Defense Center ng 11 RCDG.
So yung paaro na sa ilalim ng 11
RCDG po.
RCDG. Ano po yung RCDG?
Reserve, RCDG is Reserve Command po.
Ng Philippine Army.
Po.
At yung paaro na sa ilalim ng 11th RCDG at ng
nag-train po is yung sa 1105 Community Defense Center po.
Nag-train.
Nung under po ng
1105th Community Defense Group?
Group po.
Defense Group. Okay po.
Defense Center po.
Defense Center. Okay.
Bali po yung second Signal Battalion po is po yan, binubuo po yan ng buong Kingdom members o workers po. Wala pong nakasali dyan ng mga tagalabas. Hindi po kagaya ng ibang ng paaro sa ibang lugar po, sa ibang sa ibang parte ng regional po na yung exclusive po talaga yung 2nd Signal Battalion under po ng SMNI.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Private army?
Yung media company.
Media
Pero
company
yung
po.
media company ng SMNI, merong sa ilalim niya nitong 2nd Signal Battalion.
Ito po yung certificate ko po, sinerex ko po.
Okay.
Basahin ko po yung
Yes,
talaga.
please. And then pakisubmit ng kopya sa aming COMSEC. So,
Ito po yung namin, yung sa September 7, 2015 to November 21 na training po namin. Po is Philippine Army Affiliate Reserve Unit, PARO, then Military Orientation Training of the 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion, Sunshine Media Network International.
Wow.
Ito po
So,
yung
ito
parang
pala ay
private army,
2nd Metro Davao Signal
Opo, Signal
Battalion,
Battalion.
yung buong pangalan niya.
Opo.
Okay. Diyan ba sa 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion kinukuha yung tinatawag na Angels of Death?
Actually po, meron po tayong dyan po niya kinukuha. Yung ibig kong sabihin, yung Angel of Death po kasi, yung mga pumapatay po, yung mga labinos na kasamahan ko, na mga worker na napatay na po. Bali, kung saan po yun, for example, ako po, pag nakitaan ako ng loyalty, talagang gusto kong pakita yung faithfulness ko sa ministry, sa anak ng Diyos, maaari kong gawin yun.
So yung pagkaalam nyo sa Angels of Death ay pumapatay sila, pumapatay pati ng workers, para magpakita ng loyalty kay Quiboloy.
Yung Angel of Death is nabuo po yun, yung sa mga against sa kanya. Kahit sa pastoral po, narinig niyo po sa kanyang yung na po ni Lulia, na papatayin yung mga pamilya niya, pag lumabas, pag marami silang alam, tapos lumabas sila, hindi na sila maaaring makalalabas sa ministry, sa poder niya. At saka maraming alam po, yung nakakaalam po lalo sa pastoral, inner circle, yung mga ganun po. Tsaka mayroon din pong member ng yung sa Angel of Death, yung kasama ko rin po, yung si Simon Tagnipis. Si Simon Tagnipis po kasi, siya yung pumatay kay Jarog.
Kay?
Jarog po.
Jarug?
Opo, Jarog.
Sino po si Jarug?
Duming Jarog, hindi ako dato po yan ng Kausayan.
Kahusayan?
Sityo Kausayan ng...
Sityo Kahusayan.
Opo, yung sa atayan, sakop atayan ng Manuel Gianga sa Davao City.
Sa Davao City, Sityo Kahusayan.
Nakasama ko po yan, open secret na po yan sa security department sa amin na siya yung talagang tumira kay Jarog.
Ang security department, ito rin po yung 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion.
Opo, under po na security department yan ng Gildag kasi more or less 21 department yung nasa loob ng kingdom. May logistics, yan, transportation.
Opo, logistics kina Mr. Resita, at tingin kayo naman sa security department. Okay.
Ganun po yung ano namin, set up po dyan sa loob.
Okay. At nung nasa loob po kayo nitong 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion o yung security department, meron ba kayong nasaksihan na inabuso o meron ba kayong nasaksihan na sinaktan? Paano yung ginagawa sa kanila? At bakit sa mga balita, bakit usually sinasaktan yung mga miyembro?
Maging ako po, hindi po ako exempted sa punishment. Kasi mari nilang sabihin sa akin na sa Bisaya ba, pabadlong yung matigas yung ulo. Tao rin naman po tayo nagkakamali. Lalo na yung sabihin, bawal mag-cellphone, bawal manood ng sine, bawal maglaro ng computer games. Because I was there, 15 years old pa po ako since 1999. I started yung socialistic ako, nagtitinda ako ng puto, kakanin. Tsaka po, yung mga palo po na sila, yung mga punishment po na sinasabi ni, lalo na po sila ni Ate Gingging, yung naranasan yung fasting, nauso po yan dati. 99, I was there in Tamayong. Kaya po, totoo po yung sinabi niya, na bawal po talaga silang kausapin. Bawal pong tulungan, bigyan ng pagkain kasi madadamay ka. Tsaka yung hindi naman po sila makakain talaga kasi yung mess hall separate. Nasa taas yung sila, yung mess hall nasa baba. Makikita sila kung kakain. Tama yung sinabi nila, in order for them na mag-survive yung physical nila, yun ba talaga pag naliligo ka, yun ang testimony din ng mga nakaranas din ng fasting na nakausap namin after nun. Sa akin naman po, yung paluan po, 2013, massive po yun. Na pinasuot po kami ng SS, yung orange, yung serpent seat po ang ano po yung sa preso?
Serpent seat?
Opo. Naka-orange kami nun. Tanggap naman po namin yung time na yun kasi akala namin yung siya yung anak ng Diyos, yung talagang tanggapin mo yung punishment mo. Alam niyo po yung parang ang turing sa amin na yung trapo, mas may karapatan pa yung trapo kaysa sa amin. Hindi kami, kahit bata, bawal kami kausapin, bawal kami magingay. Yung na isang beses nga, tumawa kami, pinapalo kami ulit. Tawa lang po kasi mabigat kaya yung mag-ano ka ng bato. From gising kami ng 4 a.m., preparation para devotional 5 a.m., tuloy-tuloy na yan, work job, kain, tanghalian, kain lang, 1 oras lang yung pahinga. Hanggang alas 10 ng gabi yung namin, trabaho, puro
Mas
overtime.
matagal pa sa pagkakaroling kina Atiging na 14 hours. Kayo, 4 a.m. hanggang 10 p.m.
Opo, hindi ko kasali yung devotional.
18 hours, may devotional pa.
Bago matulog po, yung mga 11 na po kami makatulog, 11 or 12, ganyan.
Ay, wow. Okay,
Grabe
so
trabaho,
16 hours, pwedeng umabot ang isang araw.
Opo.
Okay, yung mga pagpatay nung 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion o yung security department, si Quiboloy ba ang nag-order ng pagpatay sa mga dating KOJC members?
Opo, kasi yung kay Simon po kasi, nasabi nila sa amin yan. Nakausap ko si Simon. Opo. Way back, hindi ko naalala yung mga taon na yun. Pero sabi niya na kasi may galit daw kasi si Pastor doon sa yung Jaruk kasi yung lupa niya doon ayaw ibenta.
Jaruk?
Opo.
Si Jaruk at si Simon Tagnipes ay parehong tao or magkaiba sila?
Opo.
So bakit kung galit si Quiboloy kay Jaruk, bakit papapatayin si Simon Tagnipes?
Si Simon po kasi nung matapos niyang patayin si Jaruk,
siya ang pumatay kay Jaruk.
talaga. Matapos niyang barilin si Jaruk, nagkasama ko siya sa QGC compound sa Katitipan na kung saan security din siya. Parang normal lang, parang walang nangyari. Hanggang sa lumabas siya, yung paglabas niya po, hindi pa siya nagkaroon ng threat kasi nanahimik lang siya nung time na yun. Pero hindi namin alam bakit few years, ilang taon na, bakit nag-live siya ng Facebook. Against na siya ngayon kay Quiboloy po. Nagdala na siyang Bible, yung against sa doktrina. Sabi ng niya, yung mga kanyang pamilya niya, pinuntahan siya doon, nilapitan upang pabalikin. Ngayon, ayaw na niya kasi sabi niya, ngipin sa ngipin, mata sa mata. Tapos kumbaga, nakasala siya ng nakakuha siya ng buhay, nakautang siya ng buhay ng tao, kailangan din niya, parang natanggap na niya
Yung pagpatay niya kay Jaro.
Oo, tanggap na niya na may mangyayari din sa kanya. Kaya nga nag-ano talaga siya, sabi pa kasi magkakilala kami ni Simon sabi pa nga niya yung mga kaibigan niya, yung parinting niya talaga, yung kadugo niya. Kamag-anak niya, sabi nga niya na kung saan magdadala na siya ng Bible, gano'n na po yung niya. Kasi parang nagsisisi po siya sa nangyari, nagawa sa kanya. Hanggang sa dumating po yung time na pinatay talaga siya.
Pinatay talaga?
Si Quiboloy ba talaga ang nag-uutos na pumatay? Baka mga tao lang niya, di niya alam?
Hindi naman po namin, kung ako, hindi naman namin gagawin yun kung hindi inuutos mula sa taas. Sino ba kami? Magagalit lang kami sa isang worker, sa isang tao na against sa ministry, na lumabas.
May patayan pa pala, grabe naman. Hindi pala sexual harassment lang.
Gagawin po talaga namin yun.
Pera-pera, may patayan pa.
Kamusta naman yung pagtrato ni Quiboloy sa mga miyembro? Halimbawa, pag may sakit, pag may pangangailangan ng miyembro, kumusta ba?
Pag may sakit po, yun lang po yung doon kasi kami, ordinary worker, dati yun, naranasan ko po nung nagkasakit ako ng pneumonia, basal pneumonia. Binibigyan lang po kami ng pamasahe, 100 piso. Tapos pa-check up sa SBMC, sa public hospital, SBMC. Tapos,
Philippines,
hindi naman sa inaano natin, minamaliit yung SBMC. Maganda naman yung servisyo doon. Pero sa ngala na nag-solicit ka, nakapagbigay ka ng income,
10 to 15 million every, ano ba yung sinabi kanina?
Yung buong pinag-anoan namin, yung araw-araw naka-income kami pag mayroong month of blessings, yung KOH na sinasabi, nakakontribute ka ng pera tapos nagkasakit ka, i-ano ka lang, pa-check up ka sa SPMC, tapos niyan, ano ka pa sa lingap. Yung programa po ni doon po sa Davao yung lingap, pipila ka doon ng ilang oras. At saka hindi po sinasabi, yung Madam Chair, yung hindi pinapakilala na kingdom kami. Galing kami kay Quiboloy kasi mapapahiya daw si pastor kasi mayaman daw. Yung reaction ng tagalingap, malaman nila, Quiboloy mayaman yan. Ba't kayo nangingi ng
yun na nga.
sa kayuda. Ganun po yung
Tama rin. So, kasi nakaka-generate kayo ng malalaking pera, pero hindi, kumbaga, katumbas yung medical care na nakukuha nyo kapag kayo naman ang nagkasakit. Kung may ibang pangangailangan bukod sa health, ganun din ba yung nangyayari lang?
Yung halimbawa po, yung katulugan nga namin, alam po nila General Torre po yun, yung nagpasala Kenel Maranta, nakapasok sila doon ng tulugan ng mga babae doon, para dito. Malaki na tapos parang mga sardinas dyan. Tabi-tabi, lahat. Walang maayos na tulugan. Kaya kabaliktaran po lahat nakikita natin sa TV, yung propaganda. Saka yung yung binibigay sa amin supply, sabon. Ayan. Yun po, yung honorarium, swerte lang, mabigyan ka. 500 minsan weekly or 200. Depende sa tagal mo na sa loob.
At sa kabila ng milyones na kinukota sa inyo buwan-buwan. So pati yung mga higaan, ilang paligo lang kumpara sa kailangang higaan ni Ate Gingging nung may bare, tapos may pako. Ito, very bare din sa karanasan ninyo. Ngayon, Sir Edward, pagkatapos nung mag-share kayo ng testimonya nyo sa Senado, sa pamamagitan ng video noon, inamin mo na lumapit ka kay Crescente Canada. Yes, kayo po. So, maaari mo bang ikwento, Sir Edward, yung encounter na iyon?
Opo, ganito po yan. Di ba po, yung last December, nag-ano po tayo ni Attorney, yung kami yung about sa yung coming na hearing.
Opo.
Gaya po sinabi ni Julia, kahit nila po ni Gingging, lahat kami dito, loyal at committed po kami lahat. Naniniwala kami na anak siya ng Diyos, glorified body. Kahit na lumabas ka, dahil parang doon ka na lumaki, yung mundo mo doon na umikot. Doon na umikot yung mundo mo. Tapos pag na-anuhan niya na nalalaman mo na para sa isip mo na siya na talaga yung daan at totohanan kahit nasa labas ka, magkaroon ka ng takot, makamamatay ka, tapos siya yung harapin mo. Yung ganun po yung nararamdaman namin. Kaya nung time na yon, uso yung pinalabas na glorified na raw si pastor. Yung time na yun, hindi na siya nagpapakita gaano. So, lumapit ako ngayon kay Ending Canada po, Presidente, sa Barangay Hall. Kasi makasakali ako na totoo nga si pastor. Ano ko talaga, nakadecide talaga ako na lumapit. January 16 or 17, kung di ako nagkakamali.
Itong taon.
Kumbaga, pagtatraidor po yung gagawin ko, yung ganon. Kasi isusuka ko yung mga contact na staff ninyo. Gagawin ko talaga yun kasi parang na-feel ko na totoo talaga to si pastor. Parang, Lord, patawad po kung kaganon ako, nakakontak ako sa kanila, nila Arlene. Ganun po na-feel ko kasi I've been there for 20 years. Tapos yung faith mo, alam mo na lumaki ka sa isang relihiyosong pamilya, yung ganun po. Tapos, paglapit ko po nung time na yun, buti na lang, may sinabi si Inting bago ko na ibigay, buti na lang hindi ko na ibigay yung number. Hindi kasi siya nag-ask nung una. Unang ginawa niya nung usap kami, fellowship, ang ganda ng fellowship. Ito ganyan talaga yung sa kingdom, buhay ni pastor, ganyan. Bigla lang kalagitnaan, na iba yung usapan namin. Ba't naman kasi kayo pumupunta diyan? Ba't naman kasi kayo nag-testimony dyan? Hindi mo alam. Baka may riding in tandem na paglabas mo.
Ganon. Riding in tandem.
Yun mo sabi niya sa akin. Baka may riding in tandem.
Ano pang sinabi niya sa iyo?
Tapos silang bayon daw, yung silang bayon po, yung military po na namin, yung naka-DS po kay Quiboloy. Sabi niya, silang bayon, bago lang may pinatay.
Grabe, may patayan na. May rape pa.
Parang Dino ata yung pagkakaalam
Meron
ko.
pang
Dino.
hindi pinakakain, pinahirapan, lahat human rights violation. Sexual abuse, human rights violation,
Sinabi ni
killing.
Mr. Canada
Grabing
yan,
kaso
Acting
ito.
Canada,
Grabing
na
mga
isang
akusasyon ito.
riding in tandem lang yan. Tama ba na tinanong niya sino yung kausap mo sa mga staff ko? At nung binanggit niya yung riding in tandem, kaugnay ng mga staff ko, ano yung pagkaintindi mo sa tanong na yon at sa sinabing iyon?
Ang pagkakaintindi ko po, na maaari kami ipapatay kung papatuloy namin itong ginagawa namin. Kasi pagbanggit niya na silang bayon, doon po ako kasi silang bayon po kasi, kasama ko yan sa Julo, na nagharas doon sa yung mga native doon, yung mga nakatira sa Julo.
Mga lumad?
Lumad po. Pumunta nga, yung ebidensya, marami tayong ebidensya. Yung si LG Lindaan, yung sa GMA, pumunta doon. Yung si dating chief ng Tibungko at Tugbok, si Alcala ba yung pumunta din sa amin, interview. Ako yung kaharap. Yun po yung mga kasi silang bayan ko kasi, nag-alias pa nga siya noon, alias Rico, tapos naka-wig siya.
Alias Rico?
Oo, ginamit niya doon sa Julo.
And kanina nung Sir Edward, nung binabanggit nyo si Montagnipes at Jaruk, may binanggit din kayong usapin ng lupa. Ito rin ba ay kaugnay ng mga hinaras na mga lumad?
Opo, kasari na yan sa Julo. Buong naman yun.
Jolong.
Sa Julo. Sitio Julo.
Sitio Jolo.
Opo.
Okay. So yung encounter nyo, yung pag-uusap nyo kay Mr. Canada ay may ganong parang banta na ang dating sa inyo pwede kayong ipapatay dahil binanggit yung riding in tandem. Pati nung tinanong niya sa inyo, yung staff ko, binanggit din yung riding in tandem. Ano yun? Pati staff ko, binabantaan nila?
Hindi po, hindi naman talaga direct na ba. Pero parang lang ba, yung pag ka dyan, piniksian lang, na mayroong riding in tandem. Kaya natakot din po ako nung sa mga kasamahan ko na staff, kasi konsensya ko rin naman, kung ibiligay ko yung number, siya nirason ko na lang na, iwan yung ko sa ibang nandoon sa isang cellphone ko yung makontak kasi nagmamadali akong pumunta dito para makausap ka. Kaya alam niyo po ba, pinag-isipan ko yun bago pumunta doon. So, dalangin talaga ko, Lord, kung kalooban mo na totoo si pastor, magaganap talaga ito, mangyayari talaga na babaliktad talaga ako. Buti na lang naka-mention siya noong time na yun. Ano na yung ko alam mo yung masaya ka, nag-usap kayo, fellowship, tapos biglang kumambyo. Yung saya mo, nabaliktad, na uy, parang iba na to mayroon namang sinutusan ng si Simon. Kaya lahat ng napatay po nila, na ang mga kasamahan ko, sila Simon Tagnipes, sila Nanay Elsa Bolivar, si Raymond Pasyol. Naalaala ko po doon sa ano ko, yung na-recall ko ba sa isip ko, bida to yung kawawa yung mga kasamahan ko.
Si Elsa Bolivar na binanggit din ni Ate Gingging kanina, yung senior citizen.
Opo.
And then binanggit nyo ngayon si Raymond Faciol, na binanggit mo rin dati sa video interview nyo. Marami ba to? Yung mga pinapapatay, no?
Actually, mayroon pa po mga iba dyan na hindi ko po minention. Baka ano na po yung magsabi.
Opo. Mga ilan po sa pagkaalam nyo?
Pagkaalam ko po, mayroon pa nga yung pastor under investigation po. Yung isang pastor na ano pa po yung si Dishera, yung apelido Dishera. Worker din po yun dati. Member o worker yun siya. Kung hindi mo kasi maano, kahit sabihin mo na ano po, Madam Chair, bakit mga member o mga worker, parehong ikinamatay, pwede namang magkasakit yung isa, bunggo ng tricycle yung isa, pwede naman yun, bakit puro baril?
So, panay baril ang, pagbaril ang ikinamatay.
Panay puro pagbaril yung yung kinamatay ng mga coincidence talaga. Tapos kung mag-imbestiga kayo doon sa mayroong full guy, yung mga ganun po.
Okay. So, may mga fall guys pa.
Na nahuli. Tapos hindi naman pala yung yung totoo hindi alam ng pamilya na may nahuli na pala sa sa mga suspect, yung ganun po na sinikreto ng police station.
Alright. Dagang salamat, Edward. Paki-stay on para sa rest ng hearing natin. Oo. Pero magiging mas conscious pa ako sa oras dahil mga kasama, dear colleagues, signal number 2 na po sa labas. Okay. So, Sir Joar, Martinet.
Uy, dami pa walang testigo. Ayan dami pa mga testigo.
Alim ba?
Opo.
Okay, salamat kayo. Sir Joar, so para lang maalala
testigo.
namin ulit, mari mo bang ikwento ng maiksi kung paano ka naman na-abuso?
Opo, Madam Chair. Good afternoon sa lahat. By the way, ako pala si Joar Limba and Iki alias Jerome. Ako po isang full-time worker sa under po ng logistic department na wala ibang ginagawa, magtinda, mag-solicit sa lahat ng Metro Manila at buong NCR. Ako po diretso ko lang po kasi na ko na po ba, di ba? Yung na lang, nakaranas po ako ng karumal-dumal na sa loob ng compound ng Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Doon po sa Baliches sa Oyo, Quezon City. Ako po nakaranas ng karumal-dumal na self-torture po na utos po ni Pastor Quiboloy. Sa kasalanan po, nanood lang po ako ng sine at saka nagka-girlfriend na tagalabas. Ang sabi niya po sa amin, through calling po yun, hook up po ang tawag noon. Sabi niya sa amin na lahat kayo, ang gagawin nyo, iuntog nyo ang ulo nyo sa pader. Hindi kayo titigil hanggat hindi kayo hihinto. Hindi nagdurugo. Tapos po, suntok namin yung kamay namin, hindi kami titigil hanggat hindi magdurugo. Tapos, mayroon pa nga ako mga katibayan dito, Madam Chair, na sa kamay ko, may mga papaki dito sa ko, noo ko. Then that time, meron din nagdala sila ng, yung mga dinikdik na sili.
Wow.
Tapos, pinapalagay sa aming mata, bibig, at buong ari namin.
Pati sa ari, lagyan ng sili.
Pagkatapos noon, hindi namin alam kung anong mangyari sa amin. Sabi na lang sa sarili namin kasi faithful pa kami ni Quiboloy noon para sa ama to. Sabi na lang, sabi ng kasamaan ko sa isa doon, hindi na pala langit to, impyerno na pala to. Yun ang sabi ng kasamaan ko noon at that time.
Lagyan ba naman ng sili ang mata at ari? Grabe talaga yun.
Tapos after 2 weeks yata, dinala pa kami sa doon sa Guadalupe. Pinatrabaho kami ng walang permit, yung building niya, yung ginagawa niya ngayong SMNI. Kami pinakauna ng trabaho doon. Tapos binigyan lang kami ng 2 damit. Yun lang, palitan lang. Trabaho kami noon, 2 buwan yata kami nagtrabaho doon. Doon, pagtatrabaho namin, para sa ama din. Yung ginagawa namin kasi para sa ama, nagdadalangin din kami. So that time, was time na sa katagalan namin magtrabaho doon, naisipan namin parang hindi na yata tama to Di ba? Nagtrabuhain ka na walang permit, tapos bawal kami magtrabaho ng umaga kasi bawal nga, kasi walang permit. Gabi kami, madaling araw, hanggang umaga, alas 6 kami magtrabaho. Lahat ng mga kwarto doon sa building na yun, binabar down namin, pinagamitan namin ng hammer. Yun lang ginagawa namin. Ilang taon yun, ilang buwan. Kaya pagkatapos nun, naisipan namin siguro na nag-isipan namin na tumakas na lang. Wala kaming pira noon that time, di ba? Wala kaming damit. Clothes lang, di ba? Ang ginawa namin, meron kami nakukuha ng mga doon, mga bakal, Madam Chair. Mga bakal, tapos meron kaming doon kaibigan sa labas kasi hindi kami makalabas kasi meron kaming gwardiya, dalawa may mga armado Mga armalite pa yung mga baril.
Wow, long arms.
Naka-uniform pa na task force, Davao that time yun.
Task Force Davao sa Guadalupe, sa Makati?
Opo. Pagpanis din namin dun sa Uyo, meron din mga dalawang armado din. May mga baril din. Hindi kami makalaban. Kaya para sa ama na lang yung ginagawa namin, yung punishment namin. Hindi ako makapaniwala yung ganun yung punishment namin
At paano mo nakumpirma na si Quiboloy mismo ang nagpapayag or nagpagawa ng ganong torture sa inyo, yung paguntog ng ulo, pagsuntok ng kamay, paglagay ng sili sa sensitibong parte
siya
ng
po talaga
katawan?
nagsabi kasi that time nasa Amerika siya noon. Kapag kasi that time noon, yun, MOB, month of blessing niya noon Tapos lumit yata yung kita, kaya galit na galit siya. Kahit minor lang yung kasalanan namin, yun na yung for the first, hindi kami kapaniwala, yun yung sinabi niya na bakit ganun yung punishment namin. Kasi kadalasan yung punishment namin lang yung sinasabi natin, yung fasting lang, or di, palo sa puwit, di ba? Hindi yung naisip namin para naman to fraternity, di ba? Ba ganun? That time, tinawag kami lahat, pinakyat kami sa taas. Lahat ng may mga kasalanan ng Madam Chair, pinaharap dun sa altar. Tapos tumawag si Quiboloy through calling, hook up, tapos yung cellphone tawag siya, tapos kinukunik sa speaker para marinig namin lahat. Tapos binabanggit nila yung lahat ng mga kasalanan namin isa-isa. May naglalaro lang ng Dota. Kung sa akin nun, nanligaw lang ako tapos nanood ng sine. Samantala sila, nanonood pala sila ng sine sa Amerika everyday. Di ba?
So narinig nyo talaga siya, yung boses niya, mag-utos
palagi yan, Madam Chair, kasi hindi na bago palagi. Kasi palagi din ako na-hook up niya dati kapag nakakasuntok ako ng guard sa mall, kapag nagtitinda ako, kasi nagagalit ako Nagagalit ako sa mall kapag nahuhuli ako tapos sasabihin ng guard, Quiboloy yan, siyempre. Magpakamatayan kami para sa kanya, di ba? Ihanda namin, buwis namin ng buhay para sa kanya. Ayaw namin, kasi yun ang utos namin, hindi dapat si Quiboloy. Hindi siya masali sa ginagawa namin na paghahanap ng pera. Di ba?
At tama ba, Sir Joar, yung balita namin na pagkatapos lumabas yung video testimony mo nung sa nakaraang hearing, ay kinising yung maliit mong karinderya?
Opo, meron kasi tinanong ko po yung may-ari ng, hindi kasi pagkatapos hindi ako umuwi doon kasi natakot na ako Tinawagan ko yung may-ari ng inaupahan ko doon sa karinderya ko. Sabi sa akin, huwag kang muna umuwi dito kasi mayroong mga tao dito nagpipicture. Tapos naghahanap, saan daw ako. Kaya hindi na ako umuwi.
So,
yun lang,
hinanap ka by name?
Oo, yun lang. Pero hindi ko naman sabi kung sila yun.
Okay. Salamat kayo. Salamat,
po,
Sir Joar. At ngayon gusto ko rin matanong si Ms. Jocelyn Mondehar. Ms. Jocelyn,
testigo, pang-lima na yata ito.
tama ba na yung anak mong minor ay dating miyembro ng KOJC?
Yes po, Madam Chair.
At yung anak niyo po, siya din po ba ay pinalimos ng KOJC? Okay. So, bakit mo siya kinuha sa KOJC, yung anak mo?
Gusto ko po sana umpisahan yung
Yes, sige po. Briefly kung maaari. Sige po.
Mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat po. Gusto ko lang itong i-share, hindi dahil galit ako. Kasi napakabuti ng Diyos sa akin. Ngayon, simula nung nag-withdraw ako ng loyalty, nagpaalam ako sa office ni Mr. Quiboloy dito sa may Angono KLC. Last year, nagpaalam ako na mag-withdraw ako. Kasi ayoko na magsimba pa dyan or maniwala, magiging patuloy na maging sympathizer kung nagdududa na ako sa kanya. So, nirespeto ko pa rin yung ministry niya. Nagpaalam ako. Tapos yung, dati po ako full-time din, 1993. Katulad din ng iba, pinapaginawa din kami taga-produce ng pera pero sa paglilimo sa iba't ibang paraan. Umakyat ako ng bus, gamit yung mga iba-ibang association, lahat-lahat na nang ginawa namin.
Palimos operation.
2021 November 25 lumabas ako kasi nagkaroon ako ng ulcer. Kasi yung 1999 na naranasan ko din yung parusan dry fasting. From Cagayan, pinapunta ko ng Davao for dry fasting, 7 days nang hindi ko din alam kung bakit. Wala nang nagsabi. Until now, ano ko ba yun? Yun ang ano ko ngayon. Kasi nagkaroon ako ng ulcer nga hanggang ngayon, ano ko pa rin yan. Yun pa rin ang sakit ko. Tapos, year 2021 April, naimbitahan yung anak ko na 13 years old. Actually, 3 sila. O yung kasama din yung anak ko, 13 years old, sa Angono KLC para daw sa preparation for youth camp practice. Tapos pinayagan ko lang kasi mas gusto ko kasi bilang isang ina, gusto mo mga anak mo mapalapit sa Diyos para hindi mapariwara. So pinayagan ko. Nagulat ako, dumating yung gabi, yung 2 anak ko na lang ang nakauwi. Yung panganay ko tsaka yung sumunod ko sa bunso. Yung 13 years old ko, hindi nakauwi, hating gabi na. So wala akong alam. Inano ko yung ministro nila assign kung nasaan. Tinanong ko through chat. Hindi rin niya alam. Tapos nalaman ko na lang sa may kapitbahay ko na member din nila na dinala pala yung anak ko, 13 years old, sa tinatawag nilang glass house. Itong glass house na to, ito yung dinadalhan nila ng mga young people na nare-recruit nila for training sa logistics, yung pagtitinda. Doon nila dinadala sa glass house, exclusive yun sa mga young people. Doon nila dinadala. Tapos hindi ko kagad na, wala akong means of communication sa anak ko kasi wala naman siyang cellphone.
Minor de edad yung anak niya.
After 3 days, sa pangungulit ko doon sa ministro nila, nakausapin ko yung anak ko. Nakausap ko siya sa cellphone through sa youth leader na naasan si Rima Fauni, yan. Tapos yun na, nakausap ko siya, bigla akong nagulat dahil nag-iba yung salita niya. For a 13 years old, nagulat ako. Mama, hindi na ako mag-aral. Kasi babalik na ang Panginoon. Tapos si Pastor Quiboloy mag-glorified na. So nagulat ako kasi
Bunang statement,
yung 13 years old ko at that time, siya masipag yun mag-aral. Talagang sobrang sipag niya mag-aral. Nagulat ako, ganun na ang salita niya. Dito, sabi ko, anak, ganito yan kasi dati akong worker dyan sa Walang ko. Kahit pa mag-glorified si Pastor Quiboloy or bumalik ang Panginoon, magpatuloy ang mundo, hindi totoong matunaw ang mundo. Kailangan mong mag-aral kasi yun ang tama dahil minor ka. Tapos hanggang sa hindi ito na yun, ito na yung ito na yung gusto ko. Magtinda na lang habang buhay para sa anak, para kay Pastor Quiboloy, kay gusto doon niya makarating sa 7th heaven. So ibig sabihin, sabi ko, nak, mayroon nagsabi sa iyo kasi hindi mo alam yan bakit mo masabi 13 years old ka lang, new convert ka lang. So mayroon nagsabi sa iyo niyan. Ayaw niyang aminin. Tapos sabi niya, mama, lagi kong ini-insist sa kanya, Madam Chair, na anak, pag-aral ka, sige, kung gusto mo dyan, maglingkod ka dyan, maging alay ka ng buhay mo kay Pastor, through Pastor Quiboloy, mag-aral ka talaga. Ang sabi niya, pinaka-worst na, sinabi ng isang anak sa isang ina, mama, hindi naman talaga kayo ang tunay na may-ari ng buhay namin. Ginamit na kayong instrumento ng Diyos para mailuwal kami.
Grabe,
Pero ang nagmamay-ari sa amin si Pastor Quiboloy, ang anak ng Diyos. Sobrang, sabi ko na, sabihin mo, kasi pupuntahan ko yung sinong nagsabi sa inyo, ayaw niya talagang sabihin. Tapos,
grabe, wala. Uy, sandali, nawala yung microphone. Ganun,
Ayun, okay na. Actually, Miss Jocelyn, talagang, sa puntong yan talagang napakasakit marinig at nakakapahala sa isang ina. Pero baka senyalis din ito na kailangan din natin pagkatapos nyo ngayon marinig si Mr. Quiboloy at marinig sina General Torre bago lalong sumama yung panahon. So kung maaari ko kayong pasalamatan sa punto pong ito, pero kung mayroong pang mga tanong mamaya please take on.
Last one,
sige po.
Dito po nagpatuloy na siya doon. Tapos dahil sa aking problema, dahil piniki nila yung pag-aaral ng anak ko. Kinuha nila yung report card, previous report card ng anak ko ng grade 8. Tapos PSC, kunyari in-enroll nila. Pero sa isip ko bilang isang ina, paano ang isang bata nakakapag-aral ng mula umaga hanggang gabi, madaling araw, nagtitinda ng otak? Di ba hindi yun, hindi dapat? Paano makapag-aral isang bata? 13 years old lang yung anak ko.
Wala umagang
May sakit
gabi
pa siya sa
trabaho.
baga kasi may ang baga nun. Lagi ko sinasabihin may sakit sa baga ang anak ko. Tapos ma'am, nung time na sinasabi nila na ini-insist ng youth leader na nag-aaral yan te.
Ito yung Rima Fauni.
Opo. Pati yung dalawa yan sila, si Carla Guillermo.
Mamaya, tabayan po na yun.
Oo.
Nandiyan si Quiboloy, nandiyan si General Torre.
Okay.
Bibigyan ng pagkakataon yung mga yan.
Patulong ako sa teacher niya dati, grade 7. Ma'am, pakitrace kung talagang ba na-enroll ang anak ko. So, sabi ng teacher niya, ma'am, kahit kahit saang school, wala siyang makitang pangalan ng anak ko naka-enroll. Pero sinabi niya naka-enroll. Tapos nung time na nalaman ko yun, ma'am, pinagpursige ako. Sabi ko, pupuntahan ko yung hideout nyo kasama ang DSWD at DepEd, may kausap na ako. Siguro sa takot nila iskandalo, hinatid nila yung anak ko sa bahay. So pagdating ma'am pagdating nun sa amin na, to make the story short, nakauwi ang anak ko dahil siguro napilitan sila. Pag-enroll ko ma'am ng grade 9, sinubukan ko i-enroll ulit sa grade 9. Kahit sinasabi nila na na-enroll sa grade 9, sinubukan kong i-enroll sa grade 9 para makita ko kung anong reaksyon ng bata. Kasi kung totoo nag-aral siya, niya ako, mama hindi, kasi na-enroll na ako doon, nag-aral ako. Wala siyang kahit anong reaksyon, ma'am. So na-confirm ko na hindi talaga siya nag-aral. Tapos isa pa, ma'am,
Jocelyn.
pinatanong ko po sa teacher, pina-interview ko ma'am siya sa teacher. Kung nag-aral ka, sino ang teacher mo, kung online man, o sino ang principal mo sa JMC. Ma'am, wala po siyang alam. Wala po siyang alam.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Miss Jocelyn. At talagang mabuhay kayo sa
Lolo-ulo ko yata yung audio, kasi yung signal,
nyo sa
ang
anak
panahon.
ninyo. And salamat din sa pagbanggit sa DSW at DepEd dahil mamaya may itatanong din tayong kahit mabilis sa kanila dun sa pag-rehabilitate ng mga bata na kinuha na ng magulang o ng gobyerno sa KOJC kaugnay ng moving forward natin mula sa itong napakarami at matitinding problemang naiimbestigahan natin dito. Maraming salamat, Miss Jocelyn. Paki-stay on sa hearing natin in case may iba pang mga kaugnay na tanong.
Maraming
Salamat po. So ngayon po, dadako na po ako kay Apollo Quiboloy.
Pakinggan natin.
So, Mr. Quiboloy, bibigyan ko po kayo ng pagkakataon na magresponde sa mga akusasyon ito.
Tingnan natin, paano sagot ni Apollo Quiboloy? Ito na.
Unang tanong po, ilan ang miyembro ng KOJC?
Salamat po, Madam Chair, sa pagkakataong ito na makarap ko ang lahat ng mga nandirito at narinig ko ang kanilang mga testimonya. At magpasimula po tayo kay Miss Valdehuesa.
Pastor Quiboloy, Mr. Quiboloy, yung tanong ko muna, ilan ang miyembro ng KOJC?
More or less po sa tingnan ko po muna ang exact na
kahit in estimate po.
More or less po, including mga
Hindi masabi
partners, yung ibig sabihin ng partners, yung hindi pa membro, pero covenant partner na sila, mga more or less 7 million.
So kasama, miyembro plus covenant partners, mga
more or less 7 million daw
sa inyong pagkabilang. Okay, sa mga follow-up question ko po, dun sa mga testimonya ng mga victim survivors, sinexually abuse nyo ba ang mga babae at mga menor de edad? At ginamit nyo ba ang relihiyon para i-sexually abuse
sila?
Wala
pong katotohanan yung kanilang mga sinabi. Kung meron po silang mga charges na kriminal laban sa akin, malaya po silang mag-file ng kaso at doon ko haharapin at sasagutin sa tamang forum sa korte ng ating lupa tulad ng kinakarap namin ngayon.
And actually, on that matter and for the record, may at least isa sa victim survivors na dati nang naghain ng kaso sa inyo dun sa Davao, kaya lang dinismiss. Kaya inappeal nila sa Department of Justice. Yun naman pong mga testimonya ni na Ms. Valdehuesa at ni Julia, tinatanggi nyo ba ang mga testimonyang ito?
Tinatanggi ko po. Wala pong mga katotohanan yung kanilang mga sinasabi, kundi sa aking paningin ay kabaligtaran. Ngunit inahamon ko po silang mag-file ng kaso sapagkat ito ay mga kriminal na mga allegations. At ito ay para maging fair, ay maghain po sila ng mag-file sila ng kaso laban sa akin o kanino mang kanilang gustong mag-file laban sa mga kingdom na leaders or members, because we are under the law of the Republic.
Ayan, mabuti.
Okay,
Ginagalang na yung batas. Dati hindi ginagalang batas eh.
Masayon, yung kanyang sinabi.
Pastor, i-interrupt ko muna kayo doon dahil tinatanong ko muna yung mga testimonya ni na Miss Valdewesa at ni Julia.
Sorry po.
Pinalimos niyo po ba yung mga bata para i-sustain ang operasyon ng KOJC at para tustusan ang inyong lifestyle?
Wala po kaming mga palisiya na magpalimos ang bata.
Pero walang polisiya man, pinalimos niyo ba sila?
Hindi po.
So, dinideny niya lahat. Dari sabi, dinideny niya ang mga testimonya ng
yung mga adults po,
testigo.
pinalimos nyo ba sila or pinayagan nyo ba silang maglimos para sa operasyon at lifestyle
Wala pong
ng KOJC?
polisiyang ganon ang kingdom na magpalimos.
Wala mang polisiya pero pinalimos nyo ba sila,
Hindi
yung
po.
mga adults?
Hindi po. Wala pong katotohanan yun.
Dinideny niya lahat.
Pinayagan nyo ba yung pang-aabuso at pag-torture sa mga miyembro nyo?
Hindi
Halimbawa yung parusang dry fast.
Hindi rin po polisiya ng kingdom ang batas ng pagparusa ng tao ay ipapasting para mamatay.
Napansin ko po, lagi kayo nagre-refer sa polisiya, pero ang tinatanong ko po ay yung practice. So, pinaabuso nyo ba, pinatotorture nyo ba yung mga miyembro nyo, pinapa-dry fast nyo ba sila?
Sa freedom of religion po natin, meron tayong separation of church and state. At tulad ng sinabi ko, yung fasting ay voluntary kung tatanggapin mo. Hindi po ipinipilit.
Alright. Kayo ba yung nakaisip ng modus na piliting magpakasal yung mga miyembro nyo na hindi naman magkarelasyon para manatili sila sa ibang bansa? Sino pong nakaisip nun, ng modus na yun?
Because this is under the investigation already, I invoke my right to remain silent on this issue.
Alright. Quickly lang po kay Ate Gingging, yung dry fast po ba, voluntary ba ito?
No, for sure.
Oh, alright.
Hindi raw.
Salamat
It
po.
was an instruction.
Instruction.
Utos.
So, hindi siya
Alis eh.
voluntaryo, instruction or utos siya.
Alis eh. Parang gano'n.
Alright. Salamat po. Mr. Quiboloy, boses niyo ba yung nasa audio file kanina, yung binabantaan mo yung si Stephanie o si Pane?
Kailangan po i-authenticate kasi ngayon malakas ang AI.
So pero boses niyo ba yon yung nagbabanta
Boses niya, hindi daw
kay
baka.
Pane o kay Stephanie?
It appears na parang boses ko, pero
Alright.
hindi ko po ma-authenticate kasi ngayong panahon na to malakas ang AI.
At sino po si Stephanie Ibarra? Sino po si Pane?
Isa po sa mga manggagawa.
Manggagawa. Ano po yung relationship o relasyon nyo kay Pane o Stephanie Ibarra?
Isa pong manggagawa.
Isang manggagawa. Pero hindi ba totoo na kinupkup nyo siya, kinuha nyo sa inyong pag-aalaga nung siya ay 2 years old pa lamang?
With this issue po kay Pane, I invoke my right din to remain silent.
Alright. So, pero sa pagkaalam po namin, inalagaan nyo siya nung bata pa lamang siya. So, parang naging tatay kayo ni Stephanie o Pane Ibarra. Tama po ba?
Paano yung bulong ni
I
Atty.
invoke my right to remain silent po sa issue na yan.
Okay. Kasi sa audio file naman po, sa kabila nung sa pagkaalam ay kinupkup nyo siya nung 2 years old pa lamang, bata pa lang siya, na parang naging tatay kayo niya. Pero sa audio file, bakit parang asawa? Asawa nyo kung ituring itong si Stephanie o Pane?
I invoke my right to remain silent on the issue rin po.
Ngayon po, kino-confirm nyo po ba na meron kayong isang hukbo o private army sa inyong disposal? At ano po iyang tinatawag na angels of death?
Yan po ay kasinungalingan at kung yan ay akusasyon, inihiling ko ang accuser na mag-file siya ng kaso laban sa akin.
Okay. So, sinasabi nyo kasinungalingan yung isang hukbo na nasa inyong disposal.
Opo.
Pero ano naman po yung angels of death?
Hindi ko po, invento po nila yan eh.
Invento lamang. Ano ang kanina po kasi sinabi po ni Sir Edward na yung ano ba ito? Yung
Kawawa naman si Ontiveros, nag-iisa. Nasaan na yung mga senador?
teka,
11 ang member ng committee niyan. Nasaan na yung mga senador? Natakot sa Bagyo, natakot kay Quiboloy.
yung Second Metro Davao
Tatawa ka na
Signal
lang. Sa
Battalion
Kongreso, daming congressman na
ay,
dati ng hearing eh. Dito,
may
pinaubaya kay
kaugnayan
Ontiveros.
sa Task Force Davao. So,
Wala talaga
ano
ibang
ang
mga senador.
ugnayan
Lawa,
kung mayroon
mga senador.
ng Angels of Death dun sa DDS o Duterte Death Squad naman?
Wala po akong personal knowledge niyan, so I invoke my right to remain silent on that issue also.
Alright. Tapos, pwede nyo bang ibahagi sa amin, mula sa perspektiba nyo, yung detalye ng law enforcement kung papaano nakuha nila ang kustodiya sa inyo?
Pakiulit po.
Mula sa inyong pananaw at karanasan, paano pong nakustodiya kayo sa kamay ng gobyerno ng ating law enforcement
With
agencies?
that issue po, I also invoke my right to remain silent.
Ayaw
Alright.
bigyan detalye.
Sige.
Di si Torre. Si Torre ang tanungin.
Bago po ako dumako naman kina General Torre,
Ayan.
meron po akong IFA flash dito po sa ating monitor. Panoorin natin lahat, pati ninyo, Mr. Quiboloy.
Ano yan? Tingnan natin kung ano yung video niyan. So, dinidinay po ni Quiboloy ang iba. Ang iba naman ay inimbok ang pananatiling manahimik. Ay right. Ano, yung kanyang self-incrimination. Invoke my right to self-incrimination. Ayan po. Yan po yung pinairal niya doon sa ibang tanong. O ito, ano ito? Ito yung mga naka-uniforme.
Inaayos lang po yung
Parang private army. Closing ceremony.
flash
Yan.
na naglalag lamang po, pero andito na dito sa gilid.
Sandali na. Pinapapakita po yung mga naka-uniforme. Sino ba ito? Na parang closing ceremony.
Meron lang ako
Military
nakikita
orientation training.
pamagat ng event na closing
Ayan.
ceremony.
Military orientation training. Sino ito?
Okay. Welcome closing ceremony. Military orientation training. Baka ito yung binanggit ni Edward kanina na ganitong klaseng training ng mga paaru na nasa 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion na may kinalaman sa Task Force Davao, yung paaro sa ilalim ng 11 RCTG o yung 1105th Community Defense Center. Okay. Edward, alam nyo ba itong closing ceremonies ng military orientation training na to?
Madam Chair, una sa lahat, curriculum po yung Davao, separate po yun, iba yun.
Opo.
Unang training po yun ng batch ng worker.
Okay.
Pero lately, naging pumasok na sila sa paaro. Yun yung national. Separate po yung task force
Okay.
sa paaro. Yung paaro nag-start 2015 po,
Okay.
Second Signal Battalion.
Okay.
Yan po yung mga lately na yan ng mga batch ng mga ng mga training po.
So, sina Robin Padilla at saka De La Rosa, yan ang nagtatanggol kay Quiboloy dati. Bakit wala dyan sa hearing ngayon?
Kung mapapansin niyo po,
Bakit wala yung dalawang senador, Robin Padilla at De La Rosa?
Po si Quiboloy
Na dati
nung time
nagtatanggol.
nung time namin.
Nawala yung mga senador.
Kaya naging Brigadier General sa reserve unit.
Yes, na nakikita natin sa litrato na natakpan lang ng bilog sa kanila, pero P-Gen, Pastor Apollo C, na nag-suppose Quiboloy. Apo. Pwede nyo bang i-confirm ito, Mr. Quiboloy?
I-deny siguro yan. Parang private army.
Still on this issue, I invoke my right to remain
Sabi na
silent.
Hindi rin niya sinagot.
So kaya ko noted, ini-invoke nyo ulit yun, kaya ko ipinakita sa ating lahat ito, dear colleagues, ang mahalaga, ang military training na ito, lumalabas ay para alagaan si Mr. Quiboloy, hindi po para sa bayan. Na ang alam natin sa ating mga armed services, yun talaga ang mandato nila. So, Mr. Quiboloy, ginagalang po ng komite namin yung constitutional rights ninyo. Ang mahalaga ay nabigyan kayo ng pagkakataon na magsalita rito. And then, ngayon po naman, please, of course, you will stay on sa hearing para kung may iba pang tanong sa inyo bago tayo matapos, bago tayo mag-adjourn. Ngayon po, tungo tayo
Torre.
sa ating law enforcement
Yeah,
naman.
si General
So,
Torre,
kung
yan po.
maaaring
General
matanong ko
Nicolas
naman
Torre.
muna si General Torre, sir.
Kayo nang huli.
General, nung nakuha po si Quiboloy, naging usap-usapan po noon kung
Wala
naaresto
yung mga
ba siya
senador,
o
pinaubaya
sumuko ba
talaga
siya.
sa isa lang. Oh. Bravo.
Pwede nyo bang iwanagan ito para sa amin? Paki-update nga
Ayan,
po ang
General
bayan.
Torre
Once
ho.
and for all, ano po ba ang nangyari?
At the outset, ma'am, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present our side on this August body. This is the second time that we appear in the Senate, and in the first time, it resulted in our ability to show to the public what is happening during the 16-day operation inside the KOGC compound. And today, we do hope to continue with our quest for justice to help the victims look and find and receive the justice that they also deserve. Regarding the arrest of Mr. Quiboloy, in all intents and purposes, in our
Dami ng medal ni
operations, he is arrested
Torres,
because
mali sa dibdib. Oh.
he submitted himself to my representative because he has no other options other than submit himself to the custody of the law, because whether he like it or not, he has no other options during the time. Because I have 4,500 people around him inside his compound, and 1,200 is concentrated on the two buildings that he has control of.
Wala yung ibang senador, hindi nagtatanong, ano kaya?
On the part
Yung iba nandyan, pero
he's
ayaw.
saying that he voluntarily surrendered, it is just on the colloquial and the popular term of this term surrender, because he has no other option. Again, I will stress on that, because all the other units there that provided us with assistance only provided prisoner transport from the place he is arrested to the place where he is detained. So that's I think the synopsis of everything that transpired during that day on September 8th.
General Marantam yung kasabi ni General Torres.
To make him answerable to the crimes that he is charged of in various courts in the Philippines.
Salamat po, General. And bilang isang sibilyan, isang mambabatas, naiintindihan ko na anuman yung colloquial or popular term na gamitin, ang outcome ay nasa kamay na siya ng ating mga otoridad dahil sa environment na na-create nyo on the ground, no? Kasama itong 4,500 personnel nyo, na yung 1,200 ay dun lamang nakakonsentrate sa dalawang building kung saan siya tumagal, no, ng ilang mga araw. Yes, General.
I do believe that the term surrender and arrest is being debated upon. Well, I do believe that the camp of Mr. Quiboloy would like to model the issue on the term the surrender and arrested, because it has great bearing on the criminal case that they are facing, ma'am. So they can use the voluntary surrender term as part of their maybe their defense for and prayer for leniency and
mapagaan ang kaso si surrender.
And
pero sa military, sa police, arrested siya.
Cited as a mitigating circumstance. However, it is not the case, and it was never the case in this situation, ma'am.
Well, in any case po, General, tulad ng nagtiwala kami sa PNP na sa tulong ng ibang mga other units na nag-a-assist ay mapapasakamay nyo rin si Mr. Quiboloy. may tiwala rin ang komite ngayon sa Department of Justice na ma-handle alang-alang sa mga victim survivors at alang-alang sa ating bayan yung mga kaso.
Huwag kayong mag-alala, ito po
General,
in
sabi niyo
aid of
po
legislation
ay
para
may
makagawa
mga
ng batas.
continuing
Hindi ho ito
crimes
korte.
na nagaganap sa loob
Kaya
ng
siguro iniisip
KOJC
ng iba senador, hindi na sila pupunta.
At sabi niyo po
Inalam
na
malungkot, bakit
may
hindi
mga
sila
iba pang mga biktima na gusto ng PNP pang sagipin. So, pwede po ba kayo mag-elaborate tungkol dito?
As of the moment, ma'am, we are partnering with the Department of Justice in building up other cases. So we filed against
meron pa pala.
Apollo Quiboloy and his cohorts, his
meron pa
companions.
pala.
Last week, we
Dinidevelop ng mga
filed sedition
ebidensya.
and inciting to sedition charges against them through the Department of Justice and with the assistance of the special prosecutors assigned by the DOJ for this case. And they're still continuing build up on the possible rescue of other people because we had experienced the extensive brainwashing. Mr. Quiboloy had a head start of around 30 years against the law enforcement, and we are just scratching the top. And I do believe that as time goes by, as people see the fallacies of his declarations, more people and more victims will be having the courage, will summon the courage to actually seek for the redress that the law is ready to give them.
Maraming salamat para doon, General Torre. Yun din yung wish ng komiteng ito at napaka-importante yung sinabi nyo na may build up pa kayo para sa dagdag na possible rescues. Of course, mga adults din at lalong-lalo na siguro yung mga bata tulad nung anak ni Ms.
Tanong mo yung
Jocelyn
sinasabi
na
mga kwarto.
rescue na rin
Sinasabi
yan,
ni
no?
si
At sa
Pia
tinutunan
kanina.
ng DSWD
Maraming
at
kwarto.
saka DepEd.
Dahil si Torre nakarating sa
Lastly,
tanay,
for now,
nakarating niya kung
mula sa
saan.
akin, General Torre, sabi nyo po, may mga humarang sa inyo sa pag-aresto kay Quiboloy. Ito ba'y, halimbawa, kagaya ng paglalagay ng mga fire truck, iba pang sasakyan para harangin yung highway mismo sa labas ng compound. Ito ba'y mga KOJC members din? O meron ding mga opisyal ng gobyerno? Sa tingin nyo ba ay may involvement pati yung local government sa pagprotekta kay Quiboloy?
Well, on the direct evidence that we have right now, ma'am, we have seen members and non-members alike who had conspired to prevent us from serving the warrant of arrest for Quiboloy, or at the very least make it very, very difficult for us to actually do our job. And it's not for the persistence and faith of my superiors and the people from the government, and also the cooperation and the blood, tears, and sacrifice of my men, we would not have achieved and overcome that the obstacles that they did to prevent us from achieving the mission. We had experienced roadblock after roadblocks, and in the pressures, especially considering that the compound is very large and the only coverage that we have there is the SMNI, to which we are actually asking YouTube to take down, considering that it's being used to protect fugitive not only from the Philippines, but also fugitive of the laws of the United States. So we're asking YouTube to actually take down the channel of SMNI and also Facebook for them to prevent from using those social media platforms as leverage for their illegal activities and criminal activities, basically. And at this juncture, ma'am, I would like to thank the Senate for giving us this chance to show to tell our story, the side of the story, hoping that inevitably this is a hearing in aid of legislation, and I do hope that legislation will really be passed to help us and again give leverage to the law enforcement, because I can really feel that in the 6-10-day operation we have reached the limits of the law, and we have really tested the limits of the law there, and I do believe that we still did everything within the bounds of the law, however difficult it may be. And I do believe that it's time that we also try to adjust the law in the hope that it will be more responsive to the needs of the time, because if we only listen to all those telling us that, especially the lawyers of Apollo Quiboloy, telling us that we are doing things illegally because for 16 days we stay there without a search warrant, citing that the use of the warrant of arrest as basis of our search, and stay there in the compound, which I believe that they are wrong. Really gave us this sometimes doubting that the propaganda day in and day out is hitting. Opportunity comes, because if we don't adjust and make the law more responsive to the current times, it will create a situation where some people will be definitely beyond the reach of the law. Because if we are not that persistent, Mr. Quiboloy will still be out there laughing at us and just telling everything that things that he wants to say, because he will be out. He will be always out of the reach of the law. So thank you very much, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity to be part of the crafting of more responsive legislation, so that we can be better and more effective in our law enforcement and in the assistance and in the implementation of the processes of the laws of the land. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow.
Thank you also, General. And in fact, hindi lang ang Senado, pero iba pang mga institusyon at organisasyon ay nagpahayag ng suporta sa inyong law enforcement operation ng mga linggong iyon. Halimbawa, yung Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Davao. Kahit paglabas ng isang desisyon ng korte doon din sa Davao, in-affirm ng IBP Davao na valid pa rin yung operation ninyo in order to effectively serve the warrant. And yes, kahit tatlo lang kaming miyembro ng komite o ng Senado ay nakadalo ngayong mabagyong araw, pero lahat po kami, yung chair, si majority leader, si minority leader, ay may nakikita talagang halaga nitong pagdinig natin at yung mga partisipasyon ninyo na mga katrabaho namin sa gobyerno.
Member dyan eh. Tsaka yung mga senador,
may mga tinutukoy
kahit hindi yung member ng komite, pwede silang mag-participate sa hearing, pero walang dumating, tatakbo. Sino ba? Si Cynthia yata ang isa.
General Torre for
Tolentino at saka si Coco
ang
Pimentel lang.
CIDG po ba tumitingin na rin sa alleged killings na allegedly iniutos ni Quiboloy?
Yes, ma'am. Given the chance, we will be presenting the results of our initial investigation. For the past 1 month that I'm designated as head of the CIDG, I continued what I started in Region 11, and we are ready to present to this August body and to the public the link analysis and diagram that we had prepared with the outing of the personalities, including the incidents, including those that were mentioned by the witnesses who spoke before me, ma'am.
General, prepared ba kayo maghain ng ganitong kahit broad strokes?
Hindi, nakaprepare nga daw.
Mga
senador.
initial results
Meron nga,
ng
nakaprepare nga daw sa'yo para ipakita yung diagram. Payagan mo.
Link analysis or ano ba yung maaari nyo ngang pwede nang ibahagi sa komite?
Sinabi na nga, nakaprepare siya. Kung papayagan siya, ipapakita niya.
The collection of, which is basically the simple result of our validation
investigation
and collection of the information that we have right now. It's on the processing, and I will be asking my regional chief of the Regional Field Unit 11 of CIDG to show to us the single slide of the link analysis.
Salamat, General. Sir, nakapanumpa naman din kayo kanina, ano po? Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, sige
po. Investigation
handa na po yan.
On illegal act committed by Apollo Quiboloy. Yan ang title. Nabasa nyo? Ito.
We do believe that there's even a possibility that
investigation on illegal act committed by Apollo Quiboloy. Yan ang sabi ng CIDG.
I see.
So
that's very important. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang investigasyon naman ng Senado sa ilalim ng Blue Ribbon Committee ay magsisimula naman po sa Lunes, 28. Itong buwan, at ang magpapangulo ay si Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes, ma'am. It's part of the link analysis will cover around 30 years. From the start up to the present that we know, based on the declaration of various witnesses, there may be times that things will be for validation. The danger is only libel. Maybe so that's why I ask my personnel to redact
Yes,
the link analysis, remove the names.
Apo.
But rest assured that without the reduction, there will be actual names that will be given in there.
Very well taken, General.
That
Oo,
will
nakalagay
include
kasi dun eh.
victims who were already killed,
Kaya kaya
who had
pinatanggal
died, and that will include
Pumipit,
the
alits, ano?
witnesses that you have
Alits
listed
lang.
today and how they are positioned in the network of Mr. Quiboloy.
Wala pong problema sa redaction, General Torre. Isa sa mga best practices din na ginagawa ng aming komite kapag hindi pa pwede o dapat ilabas ang anumang dokumento.
Yes, ma'am. Of course, we also this is a two from our standpoint. This is a two-edged sword.
Ito, partial investigation na si IDG.
The idea on how far we are in
Gusto mo lang na siya maging
investigation
director
of
na
this
si IDG.
organization, but also we are presenting this to the public, hoping that to show the public and the potential, especially the potential victims, the other victims who have not yet spoken, have not yet surfaced, to have the courage to believe in us that we are actually in the correct path to the total investigation and comprehensive investigation of the organization of Mr. Quiboloy and his eventual delivery to the Bar of Justice of this land bank.
General, magtitiwala po ang chair sa judgment nyo
Yes, ma'am.
kung ano ang tingin nyo dapat at pwede nyo nang isa publiko without telegraphing any of your punches sa defense team ni Mr. Quiboloy.
Yes, ma'am.
The chair will respect that po. What you want to and can present in public sa hearing na ito o ano yung gusto nyong isumite na lang muna in writing or dahil mag-adjourn na tayo, wala nang executive session, but I will trust your judgment po. Ano yung gusto nyong ilabas ngayon in public hearing, ano naman yung gusto nyong isumite na lang in writing or totally not submit yet habang work in progress yung investigation.
Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge the immense work of Colonel Hanser Marantan here, the chief of the Davao City Police Office, to my left.
Yes.
They had been working closely with Colonel Jean Licod, my regional chief of the regional
11.
Field Unit 11, under the direction of our chief PNP. Who had given us the instruction to really focus on this operation. Please, we only use the. Please only flash the. Pantay mo na lang yung link diagram lang.
Or sir, General, while we're waiting for the finalized, redacted and finalized
Yung diagram
slide,
lang daw
maybe I can pose some questions kay Colonel Marantan.
Yes.
Thank you, General. Colonel, kaugnay sa isang follow-up question ko kay General kanina, naging usap-usapan din na mayroong mga kailangan pang i-rescue ng mga kababaihan at kabataan, in particular sa loob ng KOJC. Ano pong actions ang kinuha ng PNP at may mga rescue attempts ba na ginawa in coordination sa ibang mga government agencies?
Madam Chair, yes. In fact, we have a good accounting with them. I have prepared some slides there for your appreciation. Maybe is there already on the PowerPoint presentation?
Or baka, Colonel, pwede nating ipakita yung 3 slides nun kasabay or pagkatapos nung iisang slide, yung finalized and redacted na link analysis. So kung pwede, magpatuloy lang muna yung verbal na pagtatanong ng chair sa inyo.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Colonel. Marami ding vloggers na nagulat ng, ito na po. O sige, suspend ko muna yung pagtatanong sa inyo, Colonel. Balikan po natin yung slide na pwedeng kayo rin po, Colonel. Sino pong magpe-present ng slide ni General? Kayong dalawa po. Si General at kayo, sir. At si Colonel Marantan. All right, so the 3 gentlemen.
Colonel
General
Marantan will do the honors, ma'am.
All right, Colonel Marantan, you have the floor po.
Madam Chair, please allow me to read some lines of this prepared opening statement by the DCPO. So I will cover at about 4 slides there, and i-cover ko yung magbibigay ng statement mamaya member of the pastoral also. So with that, after nearly a month of daily attempts to arrest Pastor Apollo Quiboloy and his cohorts inside the KOGC compound, which is 30-hectare property in Davao City, on September 8, 2024, he was arrested by the PNP. After various dramas have been witnessed by the public in relation to this arrest, and a number of victims of Quiboloy have slowly surfaced, approached us, and have given significant information about the illegal activities of said personality committed repeatedly over the years. With the painstaking efforts made by the law enforcement agencies, significant revelations were made to our investigators which are relevant to the prosecution of Quiboloy and his illegal activities, particularly in the highly technical scheme qualified trafficking in persons committed by him and his cohorts. These reports were voluntarily offered by the victims to the PNP with high hopes that justice will be served to other victims who were lured by Quiboloy and his victimization. The revelations which likewise appear to be consistent based on facts led to our investigation of angels of death, whom Quiboloy exploited to infuse fear among his victims. As we speak, the PNP, with the constant collaboration with different units, are working together to complete the picture of the dynamics of Quiboloy's illegal activities perpetrated over the years. Today, we will also be
Patapos na rin po ito, hindi naman tatagal kasi masama araw ang panahon. Saka yung ibang mga senador, hindi naman ho nagtanong eh. Pinaubaya na sa chairman, grabe talaga.
His illegal scheme. With our goal to help this committee identify loopholes and room for improvements for the Republic Act 10364 or the expanded anti-trafficking law and other related laws, it is likewise airtight cases that could lead to the successful prosecution of cases against him and cohorts. Today, Madam Chair, we are ready to answer questions to help this committee craft legislations as may be necessary. But before that, may I show you some of these slides?
Yan o,
Kung may expert in it to
nakita yung bala, yung diagram.
next slide, please.
Tingnan natin. Yan o. Dali, papakita na.
Jesus Christ was founded, yes. I think ito yung tanong kanina na next po, next slide.
Yan o.
Thank you. Kanina, Pastor Quiboloy was asked kung ilan yung members of the KOGC. And publicly announced that their members have reached about 8 million followers. However, based on the interviews conducted by us, only about less than 8,000 members are believed to be currently active members of the said religious denominations worldwide. Nakita po niyo sa screen yung breakdown. And these are
hindi totoo 8 million, wala talaga yan, no? US 300 lang, Dubai 70, Thailand 50, Malaysia 46, Macau 40, Hong Kong 500, Singapore 40, Cambodia 40, Israel 30, UK 45, Brazil 40, Canada 250, Australia 100, 50 Hawaii, Puro 10. Ayan lang, oh. Germany 4, Ukraine 35, Italy 35, 30. Sweden 12, Belgium 2. Oh,
next slide.
Nasaan yung sinasabing 8 million, 7 million?
Ito yung simplified projection.
Sabi nga ba, wala pa 50 eh.
Of Pastor Quiboloy.
Wala pa 50,000 pala.
First on the recruitment and then the grooming. Doon sa grooming, there will be separation.
Kaya pala hindi masabi kung ilan ang
sino ang prospect nila na maging subject of the sexual exploitation. Doon naman hindi mag-qualify doon sa standard, pupunta sa ordinary miracle worker for the forced labor eventually. Next slide.
Ayan,
Kanina we were talking about the difference between
ayan na yung mga kwarto, ito yung mga room.
Lifestyle of the pastoral and members of the simple workers.
Ito na, pinakikita ng mga room. Ano yan?
Just please return to one of the
Yes, General
previous
Torre.
slide.
Oh, yan, isa story.
Baka makalimutan na ni Colonel Marantan.
Yeah.
This room is the bedroom of Mr. Quiboloy in the Bible school.
Ito, Bible school pala ito. Yan.
Bible school, and there is a bedroom, something like that, looks something like that. With the twin, the lower right corner is the twin tub jacuzzi.
Ito.
Jacuzzi for 2 persons. Thank you.
Jacuzzi
And
for 2
taken from
persons.
the
No?
narrative of
May
the
kasabay pa sa pagligo.
pastorals, this is where the sexual exploitation oftentimes is being perpetrated.
Wow.
Next slide.
Grabe ha. Ito. Ano ito?
Yan po yung difference na sinasabi kanina ng mga kasama natin ng mga resource speakers.
Mga kwarto.
Next slide.
Quiboloy followers. Ayan o. Sexual exploitation.
On sexual exploitation perpetrated by Quiboloy after victim is groomed and ready for sexual exploitation, and victimization continued repeatedly through the years by generation.
Si IDG po itong nagpapalabas nito.
Switching with the inner pastorals per narrative of the former pastorals, Quiboloy aimed to acquire 1,000 women anchored on the biblical story of Solomon, king of Israel, who had 700 wives and 300 concubines. Next slide.
Grabe.
Believed to have victimized around 200 women already.
200 na babae?
Currently, PNP identified 68 female personalities of different ages whom were victimized by Quiboloy's sexual exploitation.
200 ang biktima.
With the inner pastorals to brainwash them for the purpose of illegal acts. Quiboloy capitalized on the existence of angels of death to sow fear among inner pastorals. Doon po pumasok yung matinding compartmentalization na kahit magkakatabi sila, hindi nila alam yung mga nangyari sa kanila. These inner pastorals who subjected themselves on the last rite, which is the performance of sexual activity with the Quiboloy himself. Next slide. Meron ho kaming mga sinundan na mga members of the pastoral. Very fresh pa yung mga experience na they can narrate it. Mamaya ho, maririnig din niyo yung narrative ni
Ala ko, patapos na ito.
ni Elias Marie.
Matitindi pala ito.
Next slide. Yung tatlo hong na-invite natin, invited by the Senate, si Stephanie Ibarra,
Sino ba? Ano yung pangalan? Yung
and three of them, pwedeng i-refer ko lang. Si Olive Campo and Jack Holtz ay hindi nag-respond sa invitation by the Senate. Pinapakita namin sa inyo ang due diligence performed by the members of the DCPO. Pero apparently, they did not heed to the invitation of the Senate. Especially Stephanie Ibarra. Next slide.
Grabe ito ah.
Yan po yung mga efforts. Every day, pumupunta yung mga policemen natin doon sa alam ng mga address nila. Next slide.
So continuous pa lang investigation na si IDG. Wala tayong alam niya. Akala natin easy lang, hindi pala oh. Ito yung mansion, ito na sa kabila. Ito yung bahay ni Quiboloy sa Tamayong.
On the house of Quiboloy, Garden of Eden, Barangay Tamayong. Next slide. Oftentimes na ipalabas naman yung mga photos na ito. Financial investigation on possible money laundering case committed by Quiboloy and KOJC. Investigation on possible tax evasion committed by KOJC and other proprietary businesses owned by KOJC. Investigation on the legality of operations of schools and other business entitled entities owned by KOJC, and investigation on the involvement of other foundations utilized by KOJC in the operations. Next slide.
Dami pala.
And With that, Madam Chair,
Thank you na.
I think the
Partial lang po.
Elias Marie is ready to narrate her ordeal in the inside the KOGC compound for 10 years.
Ayan na.
Maraming salamat, Colonel Marantan. At bago ko tawagin si Elias Marie, well, salamat dun sa presentation nyo rin on ways forward. Ganun ko rin gustong i-adjourn itong hearing mamaya on the ways forward, both dun sa mga investigations and dun sa rehabilitation ng mga
justice for all victims
One
at
quick
justice din
follow-up
para
question,
sa
Colonel,
mga akusado.
bago ko
Rule of law,
i-recognize
due process
si
kailangan
Elias
dito.
Marie. Ano po yung alam ninyo ng PNP o natuklasan sa Angels of Death? Ma-identify nyo po ba ang mga miyembro ng grupong ito? At saka meron bang mga government officials o workers na involved sa grupong iyon?
Ikaw sasagot.
Yeah,
Ma'am, that will be the contents of our link diagram that will be presented later on. And also, ma'am, maybe it's just hindi lang na-mention ni Colonel Marantan, the investigation has already extended out of the country. Colonel Marantan has just arrived from Europe, from Austria in particular, interviewing the pastorals that are already based there.
Ng Europe.
So the investigation is not only limited in the Philippines now.
Wow.
We had already sent agents, and we thank the PNP, our Chief PNP General Marbil, for supporting us.
Ayan ang diagram. Hanggang sa abroad.
Officers actually,
Ayan yung
as far as
diagram.
Austria,
Yung operation.
to conduct the investigation. Thank you.
Salamat din, General Torre. Mukhang na-upload na yung slide ng link analysis. Gusto nyo bang ipresenta yung pinaka-importanting aspects nito bago ko i-recognize
So, Europe, Australia, iba pa mga bansa ang pinupuntahan pala ng PNP for investigation. Instruction daw ng PNP chief.
To Colonel Jean Licod, the Regional Field Unit Chief of CIDG Region 11 based in Davao City.
Salamat, General.
Diagram ba ito? Ano ba ito?
Colonel Licod, you have the floor po to present the highlights nitong slide.
To the chairman, Madam Risa Ontiveros, ma'am, good afternoon. The other members of the Senate and of course distinguished visitors. Good afternoon to everybody. The presentation that I'll be making this afternoon is just
Wala ko, patapos na ito,
to
pero ang
support
titindi
whether or
nitong
not
nilalabas.
there is an existence of angels of death. So, if you don't mind, if we could just go back just a little bit to the background, ma'am, so that I can read.
Please proceed, Colonel.
Just to read a little bit with the background of the so-called angels of death. Pastor Apollo Quiboloy, the self-proclaimed appointed son of God, has used the term angels of death to threaten the members who violates the doctrine, teachings, and code of secrecy of KOGC. Thus, the angels of death was established in 1990. Apollo Quiboloy handpicked trusted members with background in military and security training to compose the angels of death, which later on utilized as liquidation team to various KOGC locations nationwide. Members reportedly possess firearms and are supervised by Crescente Chavez Canada, or also known as Enteng and Ingrid Canada. So you might be smiling right now, but later I will prove it to you in the succeeding slides. These angels of death reportedly operate as a secretive, loyal group within the KOGC ministry, capable of imposing both physical and psychological harm on those who do not comply with Quiboloy's wishes. The very name, angels of death, suggests a level of intimidation and power that goes beyond mere spiritual guidance. The allegations paint a picture of an organization that functions as a private army, a weaponized wing of Quiboloy's church used to coerce and control members, particularly vulnerable young women whom Quiboloy has allegedly abused. On the part of the investigation, as the primary investigation Office of Philippine National Police and in behalf of my Director of the Criminal Investigation and Detection Group, we have set some objectives pertaining to the very existence, whether or not the angels of death does exist or not. So we established some objectives to prove whether or not angels of death exist. Second, reinvestigate dismissed cases involving deaths by members of angels of death. Third, identify the crimes perpetrated by the alleged angels of death and its surrounding circumstances. Fourth, identify the degree of participation of members and provide evidence for filing of appropriate charges in court. Definitely, we have to find evidence so that we can file a complaint before the court. As to the efforts that is being undertaken by the CIDG in particular and the PNP in general, we are continuously identifying the alleged members of angels of death, profiling of the alleged members, interview of victims' family, relatives, and witnesses relative to the crimes perpetrated by the alleged angels of death, thorough and discreet validation on the involvement of the alleged angels of death relative to the death of former KOGC members, coordination with other intelligence units, the local police, the AFP, counterparts, and other agencies for case build-up and possible operations if evidence warrants. And next is continuous monitoring and gathering of information and submission of development report as obtained. Now, ma'am, I would like to bring your attention to the diagram being shown in this slide. We would like to show you how is the flow of instruction being undertaken. Of course, as we all know, that the KOGC is a structured organization, but this one, it is not a structured organization. Kaya yung angels of death, ma'am, is just the term that is being used, but it is not an organization. It is how, in this diagram, how the instruction is being relayed or being followed by the members. Well, of course, on the right corner, as you can see, is Pastor Apollo Quiboloy. Based on that diagram, Madam Chairman, there are 4 na kanyang pinagkakatiwalaan ng kanyang mga instruction. Si Mr. B, of course, Mr. Crescente Canada, si Ingrid Canada, at saka si Pastor Acobo, based on the diagram. Yan, ma'am, yung 4 na mga pinagkakatiwalaan niya as of now, base doon sa mga nakukuha nating mga interviews and affidavits na nakuha natin. So yan ang lumalabas sa ating structure. Now, ma'am, in relation to the punishments being undertaken on some deaths also, but we are not saying that they are the perpetrators. That's why, on the words of our director, we are on case build-up. We have to gather evidence so that we can prove the objectives that we wanted, to prove the whatever crimes that was committed. Those are the circumstances. To explain further, ma'am, the diagram. If you see on the diagram, ma'am, most of the instructions is coming from Ingrid, Canada.
Ito yun, no?
However,
ito yung Canada, Ingrid. Ito si Enteng,
if you
ito
look
si
into
Ingrid.
the diagram, dotted lines po siya, ma'am. So meaning, she gives the instruction. However, they need confirmation from Crescente, Canada. That is why there is a solid line coming from Crescente, Canada. So, hindi pwedeng si Ingrid lamang po yung magbibigay ng
si Ingrid Canada, siya ang Chief Administrator.
So, manggagaling, i-confirm din po nung mga 1 to 12 na yan and more kay Crescente, Canada. Yan po yung usually nangyayari. As what we are saying, ma'am, these are all taken, extracted from the accounts of our witnesses and taken from their affidavits. Hindi ito
Grabe yung trabaho na
invento.
si Edia, no? Nakuha nila ito. Dito at sa abroad.
All others, ma'am, yung mga nandyan, ma'am, yung mga nakapula po dyan, ma'am, if you look into that. So, yan, ma'am, yung mga ongoing investigation po natin, yung mga tinakpan po natin na APC, yan ay mga witnesses po natin, ma'am, and with the indulgence of the committee, Madam Chairman, since this is an ongoing investigation and we're looking into some evidence.
Ito, 1, 2, 3,
before
4.
we can file
Under investigation pa raw yan.
case before the court of law, yan po lang muna yung ipapakita natin sa ngayon, ma'am.
Ayun, no? May takip, tsaka yun, tsaka ito,
Maraming
tsaka ito.
salamat para doon.
Ito si Quiboloy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
Ito si
just a couple of
Inting
follow-up
Canada.
questions kung
Ito si Ingrid
pwede
Canada.
natin sagutin. Una po,
Ito
sa
si
tingin nyo ba,
Marlon
tuloy-tuloy pa yung
Acobo.
trafficking operations ng KOJC? General Torre.
Based on our assessment, ma'am, yes. There's still a possibility, although obviously not on the same scale as when Quiboloy is still heading the operations. And with this kind of publicity that the good senator is doing, I believe that this will have a great impact in stopping this illegal activity, ma'am.
Sana nga po, General. Salamat. At lastly, at this point in time, sino ang new leader? May impormasyon ba kayo kung sinong lumilitaw na bagong head pastor?
Jacobo.
As of the moment, ma'am, based on that link diagram, ma'am, you can see there
Marlon Acobo, di ba?
Mr. Marlon Acobo.
Ayun.
He has been doing that role, doing that role ever since I was there. We were there. And I would like to clarify that among the informants that we had, that were covered in that link diagram are people that you actually heard a while ago, ma'am. So those people there are prominently, the people that we heard a while ago are prominently playing a role in that link diagram.
Maraming salamat para doon, General Torre at Colonel Marantan at Colonel Liquid. So at this point, kung pwede ko nang tawagin yung isa sa mga victim survivors na magsasalita sa atin ngayong hapon.
Oo, naka-face mask. Sino kaya ito?
Alias Miss Marie.
Miss Marie.
Willing po ba kayo magbahagi ng
lawak ng diagram, no? Nakakapangilabot yung diagram, no?
Importante.
Parang na-identify nila. Sipag naman na si IDD.
Yung kwento buhay mo na gusto mo
sabihin pala yung investigation nila. Ito na si Marie. Ayan, no? Nakasalamin,
Madam Chair, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and everybody present in this hall.
Ayan, no? Naka-face mask.
Aylas Marie Josephine, Filipino, nasa legal na edad at naninirahan sa Davao City. Matapos na makanumpa na naaayon sa batas ay malaya at kusang loob na naglalahad ng mga sumusunod. Ako ay dating membro ng Kingdom of Jesus Christ o KOJC simula nung ako ay grade 5. Naging membro ako ng KOJC dahil endorse ako ng aking mama matapos siyang maging avid televiewer ni Pastor Quiboloy.
Si Colonel Marantan po ito, yung Chief of Police ng Davao. Pinapunta ng Europe daw para lang maghanap ng ebidensya.
Ayon sa kagustuhan ng mama ko, napagdesisyonan niyang ilagay ako sa KOJC para mapunta ako sa safe environment kasi natatakot siya na may mangyari raw masama sa akin kasi may itsura daw ako.
Wow.
Sa pagkakaalala ko, noong June 2013, dinala ako ng mama ko sa KOJC. Nag-attend kami ng Thanksgiving and worship presentation sa KOJC Cathedral. Napaka-welcoming ng mga membro ng KOJC sa amin kasi kusa naman kaming nag-attend ng service worship nila. Sa pagkakataong iyon, nakuha namin ang atensyon ni Nelly Canada na sa pagkakaalam ko ay may mataas na katungkulan sa Jose Maria College o JMC bilang Dean o Administrator. Pagkatapos ng worship, in-invite kami ni Mama na ipakilala kay Quiboloy sa dating Victoria's Building, kung saan doon kumakain si Quiboloy at malalapit sa kanya pagkatapos ng worship.
Victoria's Building? Alam po yun.
Ipinikalya.
Wala na yun, giniba na ngayon yan.
Nelly Canada let us meet Pastor and endorse ako ni Mama kay Quiboloy. Habang kumakain sila Quiboloy, kasama ang mga pastoral sa isang malaking round table, nag-usap ng saglit ang mama ko at si Quiboloy. And Nelly Canada also let me meet Pastor Quiboloy. Sa aking pagkakaalala, 12 years old ako that time.
12 years old. Kasi
Nasa grade 5 ako
2013.
noon. Narinig ko si Quiboloy na sinabihan si Nelly Canada na patirahin ako sa dorm. Sa pagkakataong iyon, natuwa ako kasi sa isip ko magkakaroon ako ng freedom since medyo hindi naman kami in good terms ni Mama. Ipinakita sa amin ang mga kwarto doon sa dorm at maayos naman ang mga kalagayan nito. Kinabukasan, kasama si Nelly Canada, kinuha namin ang mga gamit ko sa bahay, sakay ng isang Innova ng KOJC. At simula noon, doon ako pinatira sa loob ng compound.
Delikado yan.
Habang nasa loob ng KOJC, nakatira ako sa dorm, kasama ng ibang mga miyembro. Sa pagkakaalala ko, nag-aaral ako ng grade 5 sa JMC habang binabayaran ng papa ko ang tuition ko, ngunit may discount bilang miyembro ng KOJC. Sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay doon, tinuruan kami na lahat ng gagawin namin ay nakabase sa schedule. Sa umaga, magigising kami para mag-devotional na alas 4 o alas 5. Pagkatapos ng devotional, gagawin namin ang mga assigned tasks o work job na tinatawag na gaya ng pagmamap ng sahig, pagwawalis, pagpunas ng mga furniture sa common area at paglinis ng kwarto. Isang house parent namin ang nag-a-assign ng work job. Naalala ko din na kapag gusto namin lumabas ng compound, madaming dadaan ng proseso at hindi sa lahat ng pagkakataon na ay mapapayagan lumabas ng compound. Noong senior high ako, pinalipat ako sa ibang quarters kung saan nakatira ang isang leader na kasama ko. Sa panahong ito, nagsisilbi na ako bilang member ng choir. Kalaunan, na-assign ako sa pastoral department. Meron pa din akong work job at minsan nag-serve ng pagkain ni pastor. Sa panahon iyon, napapansin ko parati niya kasama sa kainan si Stephanie Ibarra, na isa ring pastoral sa inner circle. Sa pagkakaalam ko, at alam din ng lahat na paborito ni Pastor si Stephanie Ibarra. Parati kasama ni Quiboloy si Stephanie kahit saan siya magpunta.
Kahit sa Amerika, Canada, Europe.
2017, naimbitahan
Kahit sa kotse,
ako
kasama
na
yan.
kumain sa JMC lobby kasama si Quiboloy at ng iba pang mga inner pastoral. Malaman ko kalaunan na kapag nakakasama ka na sa ganitong groupings ay malapit ka na mapagbilang sa inner pastoral. Naranasan ko ang ganitong routine na mga ilang buwan. Pagkatapos ng mga ilang buwan, isang gabi, inibita ako ng isang inner pastoral na si Patricia. Sabi niya sa akin, Marie, pinapatawag ka ni Sir kasi sabay daw tayo maghilot, be presentable. Pagkatapos noon, nag-prepare ako, nagligo ako at inayos ko ang aking sarili. Sinamahan ako ni Patricia sa isang private theater ni Quiboloy. Pagdating ko doon, nakita ko si Jacqueline Roy at ibang inner pastoral na nag-aabang sa anumang iutos ni Quiboloy. Habang siya ay nakaupo sa kanyang recliner chair habang nanonood ng movie, pagdating namin doon, binulungan ako ni Patricia na pumesto sa may kaliwang paa ni Quiboloy. Hinilot ni Patricia ang kanang paa habang ako ay nagsimula na maghilot sa kaliwang paa. Si Jacqueline Roy naman ang nagmamasahe sa balikat ni Quiboloy. At sa pagkakataong iyon, naramdaman ko na privilege ako kasi hindi lahat may opportunity na makasama si Quiboloy or ang itinuturing namin na anak ng Diyos or appointed son.
Ganon?
Sa tuwing nagtutestify ang mga inner pastoral sa worship or may event or team building, parati sila nagpapasalamat sa pribilehiyo na binigay ni Quiboloy sa kanila. Kaya iyon ang nakatatak sa isip namin ng mga membro. Ang mga pastoral kasi ay tunturing na most privileged sa Kingdom Nation dahil sila naman ang pinakamalapit kay Quiboloy at nakakasama niya sa iba't ibang lugar at bansa at napaka-well provided. Simula naghilot ako sa kanya, binigyan ako ni Patricia ng 5,000 pesos kada linggo na pinapabigay daw ni Pastor sa akin bilang allowance ko.
5,000 pesos a week.
Napalipat din ako ni Jacqueline Roy sa kwarto ni Patricia kung saan malapit ito sa kwarto ni Quiboloy. Naranasan ko rin maisama sa Hong Kong at magstay sa isang 5-star hotel kasama ang mga inner pastoral. Binigyan din ako ng pocket money na pambili ng ano mang gustuhin ko. Nagsimula rin ako maglinis sa kwarto ni Quiboloy kasama ang ibang mga pastoral. Hindi kasi lahat ng miyembro pwede pumasok sa kwarto ni Quiboloy. Nung nanging pastoral na ako, pinagbawalan ako ng mga nakakatandang inner pastoral na pumunta sa mga lugar na madaming lalaki o makipagkaibigan sa mga lalaki. Bilang miyembro ng KOJC, pinagbabawalan rin kami na magkaroon ng boyfriend o gumamit ng cellphone at pinagbabawal pa kami ng iba't pang mga bagay. Noong naramdaman ko na mapapabilang ako sa inner pastoral, madami ako natanggap na mga bagay kagaya ng pabango, chocolate, damit na galing ibang bansa at iba pa. Ulit-ulit na lang ang ganitong routine sa aking buhay ng ilang taon sa loob ng KOJC compound noong February 2023. Dahil sa kagustuhan kong makapag-aral ng kolehiyo sa labas at sa pagniwala ko naman may kakayanan akong makapag-aral, lumayas ako sa KOJC compound at hindi na bumalik doon. Noong araw na mismo na iyon, pumunta ako kay Patricia. Kaya alam kong lumayas na din siya sa KOJC compound sa panahong iyon. Doon ko nalaman na inutusan siya ni Jacqueline Roy na ihanda ako para maging membro ng inner pastoral. Sinabi ni Patricia na kinausap din siya ni Quiboloy para ihanda ako na maging membro ng inner circle. Inamin din niya na si Quiboloy. Inamin din niya na lahat ng akusasyon na sexual exploitation laban kay Quiboloy na inaakusahan ng mga lumabas na pastoral ay totoo. Wow. Inamin din ni Patricia na inaalay nila ang katawan, isip, kaluluwa at spirito nila kay Quiboloy. Para sa mga sexual na gawain at paghihilot ay umpisa lang ng duty sa pagiging inner circle pastoral. Ayon dito sa panahon.
Hilot, masahe yun, masahe.
Sabi ni Patricia, dito sa panahong ito, sinisubukan ni Quiboloy kung handa na ba ang isang inner pastoral para ialay ang katawan, isip at kaluluwa para sa kanya. At nung nalaman ko iyon, nagtapo ako kay Patricia kasi pakiramdam ko ilalagay niya pala ako sa kapamakan. At hindi niya ako sinabihan.
Naiyak na, kawawa
Sa
naman.
mangyayari sa akin. Pero nagpapasalamat naman ako dahil nakaalis na ako doon sa compound. At hindi ako napagsamandalahan.
Buti na lang.
Kaya ako nagsasalita ngayon dahil as former member, alam ko na buong operasyon ng KOJC ay baon panlilin lang lamang. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Mabuti hindi siya nabiktima pero panlilin lang daw. Ang lupit.
Marie.
Magtik na siya.
Ilang follow-up questions lang. Okay? Kung maaari. Okay?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Alright. So, bilang muntik nang naging inner pastoral, bilang naging pastoral, ano yung paniniwala mo sa katauhan ni Quiboloy at kailangan nyo siyang pagsilbihan? Meron pa ba ikaw idaragdag na ano yung mga gawain nyo at ano naman din may idadagdag ka pa bang anong pinagbabawal sa inyo?
Sa experience ko po, besides sa work job nung nandun pa ako sa loob, ako ay na-assign sa Kingdom Children Growth School or Global Child Evangelism. Kaya besides sa life namin doon sa quarters namin na naglilinis kami, nag-serve kami, ako ay may duties din doon na everyday doon ako. And back then, ang tunay na paningin ko talaga kay Pastor is father figure. Kasi lumaki naman ako na
Salamat, Miss Marie. Sabi mo nga 11 years old ka nang ipagkatiwala ka, no, ng iyong mama sa KOJC. So a few years after na inumpisahan kang i-groom para maging pastoral, so you were on your way to being part of the inner circle ng mga pastoral. At maraming beses binanggit mo si Jacqueline Roy bilang bahagi ng prosesong iyon. So Meron ka bang idadagdag pa kung bakit nasabi mo iyon na papunta ka na talaga sa gagawin kang inner pastoral? Meron pa bang ibang palatandaan na malapit ka nang maisali dun sa inner circle ni Quiboloy?
Kasi nang lumabas si Patricia, tinanong ako ni Quiboloy kung handa ka na ba na ialay ang body, mind, soul, spirit mo para sa anak. He is referring to himself. At sabi niya na dito sa tanong niya sa akin kasi parang lately lang na lumabas si Patricia man kung ano gusto ko sa future ko sa KOJC. Sabi niya kung leader ba, along those lines. Ang sagot ko lang, gusto ko lang kasi like masave yung soul ko. Yun lang talaga yung pinakahawakan ko dati. Yun po, Madam Chair.
So, yung mga senyales mo na papunta ka na sa gagawin kang inner pastoral ay hindi lamang kay Jacqueline Roy pero kay Quiboloy mismo sa ganung mga pananalita at gawain nila?
Yes po, Ma'am Chair.
Okay. And eventually, hindi natuloy ito hanggang makatakas ka nga last year. So, bago ko itanong yung paano ka nakatakas, paano nangyari yon? Pinag-massage ka rin, nung pastoral ka pa at malapit ng gagawing inner pastoral?
Sabay po kami ni Patricia.
Sabay kayo ni Patricia. So, tig-isang paa na pinamasahe. Okay.
Masahe.
So, paano nangyaring na nakatakas ka nung nakaraang taon?
Nung nakaraan po, ibabalik na sana ako sa Tamayong kasi doon kami nag-aaral ng Bible School. Yun yung school na ACQ College of Ministries. And personally, gusto ko talaga makapagtapos ng kolehiyo na totoong kurso, maging professional, ganun po. Kaya po, hindi ko na po kaya na pamuhay sa pang-araw-araw namin na ganun po, na wala kaming choice. Sinasabi may freedom of choice, pero naka-instruction naman lahat. Yan po, Madam Chair, kaya lumayas po ako. Hindi po ako nagpaalam. Lumayas po ako kasi kapag papaalam ako, napaalam na kaya Jacqueline Roy before.
And kung pwede mong sabihin sa amin in public, paano ka nakatakas? Unless hindi mo pwedeng sabihin.
Pwede ba? Pwede ba?
Okay lang, kung hindi kaya, sabihin mo lang sa akin kung kaya mong sabihin or hindi.
Perfect po, Madam Chair, na
hindi, huwag na pilitin. Kawawa naman.
hindi po sasabihin.
Okay. So at least hindi mo sabihin in public. Huling tanong ko sa iyo sa ngayon, Miss Marie. At sinabi din ito ng ibang mga resource persons natin, pati mga magulang. Maraming mga bata ang nasa poder ng kingdom. Dahil bata ka pa nung nag-umpisa sa KOJC, ano yung mga obserbasyon at mga nalalaman mo na mga nangyayari sa mga batang miyembro?
Isa po sa mga na-observe ko po doon, like recently lang po last year, may case po about sa bata sa indangan na sexually molest siya ng isang LGBTQ na member. Lalaki po siya na bata. Nurse po siya supposedly. Tapos I don't know po kung na-raise nila to legally. And I know po na hindi lang po ito isang kaso na may batang na-molest siya sa ibang properties ng KOJC.
Grabe, no?
Okay, maraming salamat, Miss Marie. So, paki-stay on hanggat mag-adjourn tayo ng pagdinig just in case may iba pang at kaugnay na tanong sa iyo. Okay? Maraming salamat. Ituloy mo yung pangarap mong makapagtapos at i-pursue yung profesyon na iniisip mo para sa sarili mo.
Ito para makapag-aral.
Okay.
Salamat.
Okay, salamat din po. Tanong po kay, nandito ba si Sir Dindo? I think online po ba kayo, sir? Yes, Sir Dindo, naririnig niyo po ba kami?
Yes po, Madam Chair.
Okay, salamat sir. Hello po. Ilang mga tanong lamang po sa inyo siguro, or meron po ba kayong maikling mensaheng gustong ibigay sa aming komite? Although baka Sir Dindo, dahil bigay na po kayo ng testimonya nung naunang hearing, maaari 2 follow-up questions mula sa akin sa ngayon. Salamat po, Sir Dindo. Gano'ng kalawak na phenomenon yung marriage fraud? Common practice po ba yon sa loob ng kingdom?
Opo, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po pala. Good afternoon, everyone, especially Madam Chair, and also the other senators that are also doing online, and even for all the guests that is present in your forum right now. Yes, I think it's really widely practiced because it's from Toronto, Canada to Vancouver. So meaning to say it's from the East Coast to the West Coast. And as I understand that it is happening from different cities also, including Alberta, Canada, and some other areas by which they execute these kind of sham marriages. Yeah. And Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I have some actually slides that I want to share. These are really important to really sum up also with some of the issues that has been shared by some of our other witnesses, and also the general authority that also is investigating. And I can show you some slides if you may. I would like to share this. Now, I would like us to know
I
that
think Sir
nothing
Dindo,
happens.
I think Sir Dindo, yung presentation nyo kaugnay din ng money laundering, ano po? So please do proceed
Yes,
with
I
your
have.
slides.
I
Sige
have
po,
those.
you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam. And I just would like us to know that the leadership chart of KOJC, nothing happens in KOJC without the knowledge of ACQ, which is Apollo C. Quiboloy. So down to his board of administrators, to his coordinators and ministers, and then he selected leaders among these groups all over Canada to mend those human trafficking that are brought in different places of all Canada. So it really begins when he has a King is Coming tour. When they come to Canada, he brings like almost 125 to 150 full-time miracle workers, which includes pulpit workers, concert singers. Those are also who are setting up crew for his live telecast. And these people, they remain in Canada or in USA to do fundraising and solicitation in all of Canada. So caroling, solicit person to person, from malls, business to business, parking lots, residential and care homes, using CGF as soliciting organization, raising funds, capitalizing the marginalized children whenever there is earthquake, also on typhoons. They also use such a operation.
Kayo po yung nasa photos kanina, ano po, Sir Dindo?
Yes, I am the one who did this fundraising because I was, I believe, on Pastor Apollo C. Quiboloy when I was converted. I have given my whole heart, whole full sincerity to support his mission. And that is the reason why I left my 65,000 yearly income to a 1,000 month income when I lead his CGF Foundation in Canada, because I am the executive director of CGF Canada since 2016.
Official pala ito.
And so, if you can see all the slides, these are my children that was supposed to be with him, and they are being sent to Manila to do fundraising. As you see all of these names and also some of the slides, those are my sons and my daughters who are being involved in all of these practices. And also, those are the pictures. Another one also, what accommodation we provide them. Can you show the these are the provisions of the sleeping places where the kids are really. I do not know if that is life that were there you are seeing there. And then the next slides. And also here, my son, who is also a minor, is also used by SMNI to do all of this. What is this kind of job in the filming industry? Now, I would like us to also know that the moment that they collected money, the following day, when they collect money, I am one of the persons that they will ask to send money. And if you can see the screen, I sent money to Teresita Dandan. which is
Sir
209,500.
Tito, yung
Another
mga lang yun,
Yes.
there was also sa testimony kanina ni Ate Gingging, ni Miss Teresita, meron din siyang binanggit na Tessie Dandan. So maybe this is the same person.
Yes, Madam Chair, she is the same person. She is one of the board of administrator assigned in the USA. Okay, and then
Please
the
proceed,
next.
Sir Dindo.
Yeah, and then the next here is we have Dana Margina. There is also another person named Ingrid Canada, which is, I believe, she is in the forum right now. Ingrid Canada, Bringas Mabel, and also there's another one. Pomiktik is the name, Marlene Pomiktik. I also send all this money. What happened is when the money is collected for the whole night, which full-time workers in the streets, they come home almost early morning just to meet their quota.
Operation ng
And
ano
then when
to?
they arrive, they will be
Pera.
taking the money, and then the people in the treasury department, they're going to ask someone from the members or full-time workers to send it to the Philippines right away without documentation from the CRA, which is Canada Revenue Canada, without any record that is kept here, so that it will be a tax or whatever things that the government wants to know how Children's Day Foundation is operating, and also the KOJC is operating. Now, I am one of the victims of his sham marriage. That's the reason why my children were already grown up when I brought them to Canada. But I thank God I rescued them from Davao, and they were released from Davao, and I was able to brought them here in Canada. I was asked to marry Maria Noraline Barrientos because her visa is expiring. And that my children I asked the minister, Dandy Cabahog, to bring my children to Davao, because I thought that if they will be properly, and I can see that they have nurtured them, teaching them how to play music and everything, but I was not aware that they were being trafficked, child trafficking to many parts in Manila, and also in many parts of Davao and Mindanao. And so I got married to this person, and then I filed a divorce after those few years. And
Sir
here in
Dindo,
Canada, I
yung ganito-
mentioned this.
Oh, Sir Dindo, yung ganitong klase
Yes,
ng
madam,
operations ng marriage fraud, ongoing pa ba sila?
I cannot say yes because I have been away from them since 2019. But since, this has been a modus operandi of KOJC, not only in Canada, USA, Brazil, and even in the different parts of the country, of the world, by which they want a worker from Davao to have a permanent status so that their existence there will continue to perpetuate. That's the recent thing. And I just want to mention this, Madam Chair. The administrator here in Canada, which is the sister of Ingrid Canada, Mariteur Canada, is also one of the sham marriage here. So get married to one of the worker. One also is Elizabeth Carrion is also one, because he was a previous board of administrator here in Canada. And Ferdinand Cabahog, which is Dandy Cabahog in the schematic plan from the police. Jeremiah Carrion, Marvin Reynes, Arlen Rillion, Zar Buenafe, Beric Nana, and many, many more names that I can give to you to prove to the fact that these sham marriages are really happening. And as I told you, I am one of the victim of this scheme. Another thing also that I want to add is that Rosely Magnaong appointed me as she's in charge of the Philippine of the CGF Philippines, and also in Canada and Australia and Nepal and Hong Kong, which is not really registered. CGF is not even registered there. But the head of all the operations is still ACQ, which is Apollo C. Quiboloy, who controls the withdrawals of funds, particularly from CGF Canada bank accounts, of which funds were used not for children's benefit, but the benefit of certain personalities and KOJC Canada Church's operations. In 2016, Rose D. Magnaong hired me to assist with the possible rebooking of their license by the CRA. Reason for that, because there has been a report of misappropriation of funds, which I tried to justify to the CRA. But I want us, this forum, to know that in KOJC, telling lies and cover up of KOJC is a normal part of their culture from the very beginning. That is how they groom lies and cover up. Some of these full-time record workers who are in the streets for more than 12 to 16 hours soliciting to pay off luxurious cars and mansions, which I'm a witness of the mansions being owned here, instead of feeding hungry, destitute children in the Philippines.
Thank you very
These
much.
are the reasons why.
Yes, Sir Tito. Meron pa
These
po
are
sa
the reasons
presentation
why-
nyo.
I will be closing now,
Yes,
Madam.
please
But these
proceed.
are the reasons why the CGF was closed. Can I continue, Madam?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Failure to devote resources to charitable activities. That's the reason why CGF, that's number one, why they were closed here. Number two, failure to be constituted for exclusively charitable purposes. Number three, failure to issue receipts in accordance with the Act of and its regulations. Because here in Canada, every donations requires a receipt, so they can present it to the CRA for tax deductions. Failure to maintain adequate books and records. Because the reason why I left, because I cannot justify all of the expenses, including sending 60,000 just to pay off fuel for a jet. Which I said, this is not for children's purposes, but this is for personal purposes of whoever. The proof of the file can be found in the internet. Now, I want us to understand that ECQ controls CGF Canada through his administrator, Maritio Canada, who does all the instruction of withdrawals from CGF bank accounts, especially the 60,000 that I already mentioned. Now, this is not only 60,000, Madam Chair. This is millions of dollars being collected from September to February, that is the month of blessing, aside from January to December, which is 365 days of money laundering, collecting the money from the Canadian public instead of giving it to the hungry people in the Philippines. They use it and send it right away to the accounts aforementioned in my presentation. So whenever ECQ full-time workers reported to the police for any abuses such as rudeness, and they have some human rights violation, like one of the full-time worker, tried to entice a mentally challenged boy, and she even went to the bank machine, insert the bank machine of that boy, and then collected money, more than $500 from that boy. And she's been like at large now, but the police has been looking for her, but they send her to Australia. And that is how this operation is happening. When you are not allowed to work on a certain
I-recap po natin yung kaganapan ha. Kasi pinag-usapan dito, pera na. Yung iba, ayaw nila itong pera pinag-usapan.
Assigned to open CGF in Australia. But they are now under investigation, so much so here in Canada.
Okay.
Now,
Dali ha.
I want
Tingnan natin kung haba kasi ano. Itong huling pinag-uusapang ito ay yun po yung volume ng pera daw. Diyan po sa Canada. Nung siya itong nagsasalita ay executive director para po ng ano ba yan? Ng Children's Joy Foundation. Lupit. Well, i-recap lang ho natin itong kaganapan. Maliban lang kung mamaya ay may mga sandali lang po kung mamaya ay merong mas malalaki pang masasabi. Pero nagpresenta po ang mga testigo tungkol sa kanilang naranasan sa loob ng Kingdom of Jesus Christ, tungkol sa di umano'y sexual harassment, tungkol sa pananakit at sobrang trabaho. At yan naman ay lahat ay dininay ni Quiboloy, pati si Jacqueline Jack Roy ay nag-deny din. Inimbok niya yung kanyang right against self-incrimination. So, kaya hindi napilit. Okay? Pero yung diagram po na nilabas ng PNP, yung bandang huli, nakakagulat. Matindi. From Quiboloy to Acobo, Ingrid Canada, and Enteng Canada. Yung operation daw ho ng mga illegal activities. Ang lupit. Magkakalahat naman dumating dun sa hearing. Quiboloy, Ingrid Canada, Enteng Canada, si Roy, Jacqueline Roy, at saka si Silvia yung isa pang, at saka si Pauline, yung unang nahuli. Yan sila, 5 yata o 6. So, nandun lahat. So, yung batang isa na nag-testify, buti hindi siya naging biktima, pero muntik na. Muntik na siya nadala dun sa pagiging pastoral. Naka-schedule na. Actually, tinatanong na nga daw kung ready ng ilaan ang kanyang sarili, ang kanyang katawan, ang kanyang pagkatao sa anak ng Diyos. Wow! Yun na yun eh. Doon ho, kasi nagsimula na masamasahin ang paa. Pero wala pang nangyari yun. Hanggang sa susunod na mga araw, ini-schedule na. Yung nagtuturo sa kanya, umalis na rin. So marami nang tumakas. At ang nakakagulat dun sa explanation ni General Torre at ni Colonel Marantan. Sabi kasi ni Quiboloy, tinanong siya ni Chairman ilan ba talaga ang member mo? Ang tagal niya sinagot. Sabi niya, pati yung mga non-member, more or less mga 7 million. Nako. Ay nung ilabas yung konkretong report ng CIDG investigation sa buong mundo Sa iba-ibang mga bansang binanggit kanina, wala pang 8 million, wala pang 8,000. Napadami pa pala ko yung sinasabi ko madalas na wala pa silang 50,000. Ayon sa CIDG at PNP Davao, sa kanilang pagtatanong at pag-iimbestiga, base sa CIDG investigation wala pang 8,000 daw yung member. Dito at sa abroad. Kasi sa isang bansa, minsan 50 lang, minsan 40 lang member. Doon lang yata sa Canada, 250. Sa Amerika, 300. Ganun lang Totoo naman yan dahil kasi pagka nagsisimba sa hinahakot lang yun. So, napakaliit pala. Hindi totoo yung 8 million. Hindi rin totoo yung 7 million. Hindi rin totoo yung 50,000 na sinasabi ko dati, more or less, noong 2019. Ito lumalabas, 8,000. Well, anyway, figures yan Saywar-saywar. So yung million-million, wala, hindi totoo yan. Malinaw na malinaw. Sa Japan, ilan lang din po. So, ayan. Ito Ayan. Tsaka ngayon, ang isa pang matindi sinasabi ng PNP, nire-recap ko lang mo itong napakahaba na. Meron pang under investigation na posibleng mga complainant. At si Colonel Marantan pala, nagpunta pa ng Europe tsaka Australia, kung saan mga bansa identify na merong member si Quiboloy para maghanap ng mga complainant or magte-testify tungkol sa malawakan. Napakalawak pala ng operasyon na si IDG. Akala natin at natahimik na. Yung kanyang magulitan, natahimik na po yung police. Akala natin tahimik, hindi pala after mahuli si Quiboloy o sumuko noong September 8. Lumalabas pala, ongoing yung investigation ng PNP at saka po PNP Davao at saka si IDG. Lalo na ngayon na director na ng CIDG National, itong si Torre, kaya ang lawak na operation. So ayan, sa Hong Kong daw, mga 500 lang. Kasi, alam ko yan dahil nung araw na sumasama ako sa kanila, sa Amerika, pagka nagkakaroon ng simba sila sa California, sa LA, lahat ng mga nandun sa Canada at saka ng mga member, dinadala ron. Pagka naman sa San Francisco, lilipat, hakot din. Ganun po. Parang dito rin sa Davao. Ganun. So ngayon lumalabas, kakaunti naman pala sila. Ayan, So yung operation kung paano magkapera, operation kung paano maging biktima, yung kabataan sa di umano yung sexual harassment, lumabas sa hearing na ito. Yung mga physical na pananakit, lumabas din. Sobrang patrabaho, sobrang lahat nandun. Pero lahat naman dinideny. Sabi ni Quiboloy, yung kanyang sagot, yung sinasagot niya. Pag medyo sensitive yung issue, ini-invoke niya yung right against self-incrimination. So, wala tayong magagawa. Right po niya yun. So, wala na siguro masasabi si Quiboloy dyan at saka yung Kingdom of Jesus Christ at yung kanilang kakaunti naman palang followers dahil binigyan ng pagkakataon ni Senador Ontiveros yun pong lahat ng panig. Accusation, biktima, nag-aakusa at inaakusa. Okay? So malinaw po yan. After 6 months na natigil yung hearing. Ang nakakalungkot lang po, tama yung comment ng iba, ibang-iba talaga ang mga senador kaysa congressman. Ang congressman, marami nagtatanong, marami nagpa-participate, maraming nakaka-interest na sumali sa hearing. Pero sa Senado, wala dumating si Tolentino, kanina dating parang abogado pa tungkol sa extradition treaty yung pinag-usapan. Si Coco sumali din pero sandali lang. Hindi ko nakita si Cynthia Villar, dumating daw pero nawala na. So si Hontiveros lang, pinabayaan nila mag-isa. Pero ang regular member po ng Committee on Women, Children and Family Relation, Gender Equality, 11 senador yan. Yan po yung member niya, 11 senador. Pero wala, di dumating yun. Pati yung mga identified pro-Quiboloy ng mga senador, walang dumating kahit isa. At maliban doon, kahit anong komite, lahat ng senador pwedeng sumali sa hearing. Parang sa Senado, sa Kongreso. Kahit hindi ka member, pwede kang sumali. Hindi ka lang pwedeng mag-vote, hindi ka lang pwedeng mag-motion kung ano-ano kasi hindi ka member. Pero pagka member, pwede kang mag-participate sa mga question and answer lang. Pero sa voting, decision, hindi ka pwede kung hindi member. So allowed ang lahat ng senador. Pero ang dumating, tatlo lang. Nasaan yung 24 na senador? Kung tatlo, nasaan yung... by the way, 23 na lang pala senador ngayon dahil si Angara, dating senador na yan eh. So 24 senador. 23 senador na lang dahil wala na nga si Angara. So tatlo ilang dumating. Nasaan yung 20 senador? Natakot sa bagyo? Nag-holiday? Ang mga congressman niya, nag-overtime hanggang madaling araw ng public hearing. Bakit ang mga senador umambon lang, umulan lang, wala namang baha sa Metro Manila, walang dumating. Talagang halatang-halata mo sila. Yan ang aking personal analysis. Halatang-halata mo itong mga senador. Malayong-malayo sila sa sipag, nasa pusong trabaho ng mga kongresista. Diba? Ganun po yung aking opinion at analysis dyan. Ang lupit, di ba? Hindi pa pala tapos. May mga iba pa mga testigo rito. Sayang. Sana siniksiring may dumating ng mga iba kasi ako ang tingin ko, pasyentabi na Senador Hontiveros, kinakapos si Hontiveros sa tanong. Siyempre, siya lang nagtatanong, ang daming tinatanong. So, kulang, kailangan dyan suporta. Ang problema mga senador, nasaan ba kayo? Bakit ba hindi kayo nagsusuporta? In aid of legislation ito, hindi magagawa ng isang senador ang panukalang batas kung mag-isa. Kasi numbers game. Para ang isang senador makapag-decide kung susuporta o hindi sa mga proposed bill, amendment, o kung ano mang gagawin batas, bunga ng aid of legislation, paano sila boboto ng pabor sa proposed bill kung hindi nila alam ang issue? Yan ang mahirap. Kaya dapat yung mga member ng committee nag-a-attend para may idea kung ano yung mga in aid of legislation na pwede nilang gawin. Kung hindi kayo nakikialam, wala kayong pakialam sa hearing, paano kayo magpupus ng proposed bill? Hindi naman pwedeng isa lang. Kasi nga numbers game yan. Wala talaga. Bahala na kayo. Mag-i-eleksyon. Tingnan natin. Yung mga re-electionist o kasalukuyang mga senador sa election sa 2025 at 2028, huwag na yung suportahan kung wala namang ginagawa. Bahala na kayo. Dahil hindi pa tapos ito pero halos nag-recap na lang. So inuulit ko, si Quiboloy nagpakita at ng kanyang kasamahan, may ilang mga tanong sinagot pero madalas inimbok niya yung kanyang right to self against incrimination. Ibig sabihin, yung kanyang karapatan sa ilalim ng saligang batas na hindi magsalita ay iniimbok niya. Ayan, okay? Okay, pero yung diagram, ang bigat. Nagulat ako doon sa diagram ng pulis. Malawakan ang investigasyon doon at malawak na operation. Pati yung di umano ay, ano ba yan? Ang tawag doon? Yung angel of death, di ba? Death. Ayan. Binibigyan na yung Taberos ng pagkakataon kung meron daw pahabol yung lahat ng grupo ni Quiboloy, kung merong message. Ayan, kung ano mako-comment. Ayan, kung ano daw pwedeng sabihin. Meron pa kaya?
Yeah, kahit tig isang minuto.
Ayan, tingnan natin kung magsasalita yung sinasabi ng ito.
Magandang hapon po.
Iharap niyo po yung mic sa inyo.
Magandang hapon po, Madam Chair. I invoke my right to remain silent.
Ito si Ingrid Canada. Ano si
Sa korte lang po ako sumasagot sa lahat ng mga akusasyon sa akin po. Salamat po.
Alright, salamat din Mr. Canada. Ms. Ingrid Canada.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm also invoking my rights to remain silent.
Ayan, lahat sila.
Alright, salamat Ms. Canada. Ms. Jacqueline Roy.
Hindi kanina pa yan.
Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair. Still, my answer is the same. I am invoking my right to remain silent and the right against self-incrimination. Thank you.
All right, salamat Ms. Roy. Ms. Pauline, Canada.
Ulit Canada, ito
Good
yung, huli,
afternoon,
yung
Madam
unang
Chair.
nahuli.
And also, Madam Chair, with all due respect,
Magkakapatid yan eh.
I'm
Pauline,
invoking my rights to remain
Ingrid, at
silent
saka
and
Inting, magkakapatid po yan.
against self-incrimination. Thank you.
Sino pa? Ito si Selvia.
All right, salamat din. And Ms. Semanyes.
Simanyes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Also, I invoke my right to remain silent po.
Ayan. Ang kaso nila isa po eh. Qualified human trafficking at saka sexual
All
abuse.
right. So at least binigyan kayo ng komite ng pagkakataon na magkomento sa alinman sa mga testimonya ng mga victim survivors.
Ayan.
So anyway, so maraming salamat
Ayun.
sa inyo.
So ayan o.
So,
Alas tatapos na rin.
po ngayon sa mga government agencies natin.
Oh, meron pa.
Sa DSWD.
Pero ano na yan o. Yung mga gagawing investigation na lang. Parang wala na yung iba eh. Anyway, recap na lang ho natin. Ayan po, nirecap nga natin yung topic.
Nakapagsumpah kayo kanina, ma'am?
Sandali, iba na yung issue ng ito. Mga government agency dapat gumalaw base doon sa sinabi ng mga testigo. Kung meron mga sapat na ebidensya para naman ho mabigyan ng hustisya. Ating binabanggit dito sa Mike Abbey Opinions, justice for all. Yan. Laging yan ang sinasabi natin. Rule of law, due process. Bigyan ng lahat ng pagkakataon. Katarungan para sa di umano'y biktima, katarungan din para sa mga akusado. Yan ang dapat na mapalabas. Sa korte na po yan. Papunta sa korte at yung iba nasa korte na. So inuulit ko, justice for all. Lahat sila ay naghahanap ng katarungan at kaliwanagan. Paubayan natin sa korte kung ano po ang kahinatnan. Pero kayo, mga followers, viewers, at subscriber po ng aking mga channel, malaya po kayo sa inyong sariling interpretation, opinion, paniniwala sa inyong narinig. Nagsimula tayo ng live, simula kaninang mga 10:15 o 10:20 ng umaga. Hanggang ngayon, may ilang oras na tayo. 11, 10, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 oras na pala tayo. More or less. So, yan na lang muna. Thank you po. Salamat sa inyong pagsubaybay. Salamat sa inyong pagtitiwala. Sa mga napuyat, sorry po, napuyat ko kayo. Pero tayo magagawa, trabaho lang po ito. Naghahatid ako. Gusto ko iparating ng aking channel, Mike Abbey Opinions, ang mga latest report, mga balita nangyayari dito sa Pilipinas. Antabayan ninyo sa Monday naman, yung subcommittee ng Blue Ribbon Committee ang mag-iimbestiga sa war on drugs. Mukhang si Duterte, dating Pangulong Duterte, dun pupunta. Hindi nagpunta kahapon sa Kongreso, sa Senado. Pero tama yung nabasa ko kanina. Maraming nakikinig, mas gusto nila yung Quadcom hearing ang panoorin kaysa Senado. Pero itong issue kay Quiboloy, wala ho ito sa Kongreso eh. Itong issue ng mga sexual harassment, walang issue sa Kongreso ito. Sa Kongreso, nag-imbestiga dati tungkol doon sa prangkisa, fake news ng SMNI. So, iba yon, malayo na po yun. So, itong tungkol sa sexual abuse, galawan ng mga kampo ni Quiboloy, ay Senado ho, hindi ho ang Kongreso. Ayan, God is good all the time. Salamat po sa inyo. At yung mga napuyat, nalit ang tanghalian kanina, at anuman, napagod, kasi sana po kayo. Ang mahalaga lang na iparating ko sa inyo kung ano ang ganapan dito. God bless.